that one day you'll figure this out. And when you do, you will change the world.
Hi everyone, it's Ralphie Jerome with the class of 2014. I am so excited to have you here at APIDA Celebration Reboot.
Bienvenidos!
Hello, we're Chapman Latinx and welcome to the APIDA celebration.
Hi!
Hi! We're Chapman QSA and welcome to APIDA Celebration.
Hello, we are Chapman Nikkei Student Union and welcome to the APIDA Celebration.
Hi everyone!
Welcome to the 2021 APIDA Celebration.
We are Freshman Ambassadors.
We hope you have an amazing time.
Hello!
Welcome to APIDA Celebration from Chapman APSA.
Hello all.
Hi, and welcome to APIDA Celebration 2021 Reboot.
My name is James Tran.
And I'm Mitchell Tanaka.
And we are the APIDA Celebration co-chairs for Chapman University APSA.
APIDA Celebration is an annual event that showcases talent from Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Desi American artists from the Chapman University community, as well as the larger APIDA community.
In previous years, this event would have been held in person on our campus. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, last year's event was canceled. However, we wanted to continue delivering on our mission to highlight and celebrate the amazing talent from the APIDA community.
So here we are coming to you virtually with an event jam-packed with performers with diverse talents.
Our event is called Reboot because we hope to reignite the passion for art and show in a time when most of our entertainment comes from a computer screen.
We aim to deliver what so many of us have been craving for over the last year: connection. Connection to our roots and our culture through art.
Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to our event. It means a lot to us and the performers you're about to see. And for the past 8 months, we in our club have been working tirelessly to bring you the best virtual show we can possibly do.
We would also like to thank the organizations that made this event possible, which include Chapman University's Student Government Organization, Association, and the Cross Cultural Center, which both helped to fund the APIDA celebration this year.
If you look to this side of the screen, we have our schedule for the evening, and this is the immediate schedule. And yeah.
All right, so without further ado, let's introduce our first performer, Benji.
Benji Gabriel is a Filipino-American singer-songwriter from Daly City. His music falls within genres of indie, lo-fi, and alternative hip-hop and R&B. His ultimate goal as an artist is to offer his music for anyone to listen to whenever they need comfort, peace, or creative inspiration. This is Benji Gabriel.
need somebody that will never lose the feelings for me. Feel like I'm forever hopeless in the state of being lonely. Forever for me. Lazy love, could have had, should have had. Now I just want to leave. Let me be lonely. It's all I could ever be. I just want to go. I just want to be alone. It's all I know.
All right, thank you, Benji, for that wonderful performance and for contributing to our first performance of the evening. For our next performer, we have Capamelia, Chapman University's Filipinx Club, which will be doing a skit and a dance number for us. So here is Capamelia.
Hey, honey.
Hi.
How's school at Chapman? We miss you at home this year.
I don't know. It's really hard to fit in anywhere. It's hard to make friends over Zoom.
Wasn't there that one club for Filipinos, Kappa something?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Can't remember the name, but I'll go check it out.
Okay, well I have a meeting now, so please go make some friends.
Hey Mom, bye, love you. Filipino Club. No. Chapman. Sappy. No. Cap. That's Cap. I don't. Cap. You know, I will be okay. Oh, wait. Chapman Capamelia. Oh, that's right now. Okay.
Welcome all to our new members to Chapman Capamelia. In order to get familiar with each other, I'll ask a few icebreaker questions and anyone is free to unmute and respond. So Kyle, are you at home or are you on campus housing right now?
I'm on campus housing right now.
How's that going for you?
It's a little hard, but just because I'm away from home and I miss my parents. But yeah, so I'm really excited to be here and be a part of Capamelia.
We're excited to have you. So what is something that you miss most about being home since you're here on Chapman?
I think what I miss the most is my mom's home-cooked adobo. It's just so good. I miss the flavor. Yeah, and I think I just miss connecting with my Filipino culture a little bit. So I'm excited to be able to connect with that and be able to learn more about Filipino culture and learn more about everyone here.
Nice. What is your favorite part about Capamelia meetings?
My favorite part of Capamelia meetings is how lively everybody is. Looking forward to Wednesday nights with Kappa is definitely the highlight of my week. Everybody is just like so friendly and it's so welcoming, and I definitely would not trade the meetings for anything.
I think to add on to what Noah said, I kind of want to emphasize the inclusiveness within Kappa. Using one of my experiences as a freshman, I told my friend that we would go to the event Friendship Games together, and then he couldn't go, so then I had to go by myself, which forced me to socialize with people that I didn't get to during meetings. And then I was scared at first, but then just their friendliness and inclusiveness really made me feel welcome. And by the end of the day, I would say that I made some lifelong friends.
What do you miss about in-person meetings?
I think like as the club name is Capamelia, it translates to family in English. And just like walking into either, I can't remember the hall anymore that we used to meet at, which is like so depressing. Like the basement and like okay. It was just like those meetings were literally the highlight of my week. And just seeing all of the board members that I got to say hi to, or like seeing new members, or like making friends that I'm gonna keep for the rest of my life is kind of just like, that's what I miss the most. Like I'm so sad that I'm not able to like connect with the freshmen this year, because my friends who I met last year who are sophomores are now like my closest friends. So like the opportunities I missed with those freshmen because we were online is something that I wish I could take back.
So thanks everyone for coming out to this week's meeting. We hope that we can see you guys next week, Wednesday at 9 p.m. again, same Zoom ID. And yeah, hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. Hey Siri, remind me about Capamelia meetings every Wednesday. Hey Mom, I think I might have found a place where I fit in.
Hey. This crazy. Look at my life. Been through it all, got bullet wounds twice. Still don't know where it came from, yikes. Where's my pop? I gotta get real, I ain't tryna be pretty. Paranoid, got this Henny in my kidney, cause I don't know if they with me or against me. They always said this was how it's gonna be. For me, I ain't wanna believe. They don't wanna see it with the green. The reason for the 40 cal with the beam. What's their motive? What's their motive? I'm the closest with some money that they know of. Lady problems, family problems, homies problems, all this drama. Oh my mama, this is the type of swear that in the sign. Grandma pray for me. Devil keep away from me. Fell out with my day one. That was my ace to me. Crazy. This shit, right, crazy. Oh, this crazy. Crazy.
Wow, what an amazing dance number, Capamelia. Thank you. Now, coming up, we have Chapman VSA's Vietnamese Student Association dance number. This club strives to create a welcoming, safe place for students to come interact and learn about Vietnamese and Vietnamese American culture. This year, VSA will be performing a dance number to the Vietnamese pop song Nai Mai MD, choreographed by their very own Casey Nguyen. Here is VSA.
Ta chia tay nhau khi tình này đang say đắm, mai em ra đi ngôi nhà này hoang vu lắm. Anh không cho em hết bao kỷ niệm êm ấm, đành sẽ chia hai người về hai lối nấu ăn. Ngày xưa cho nhau tình yêu đó, em mong em là tất cả, và muốn anh luôn bên em không bao giờ lìa xa. Mong ước ngây ngô lúc ban đầu nay đã phai rồi, đến đưa em về một tình yêu mới. Ngày mai không còn em nữa, không cho ai là tất cả, để nỗi cô đơn theo anh đến một miền trời xa, để nhắc cho anh biết bao ngày hạnh phúc êm đềm, nhắc cho anh luôn còn lại một trái tim yêu em.
All right, thank you VSA for such a wonderful performance. For our next artist, we have our first filmmaker of the evening, Claudia Sheng. Born and raised in Taipei and growing up as a neurodivergent queer woman, Claudia finds herself simultaneously highlighting and criticizing aspects of the Asian experience in her work. Her directorial debut, Ranked, was shot in Taipei and tells the story of a boy who wants to find a career in the only thing he enjoys, playing video games. Just a side note, Claudia's an awesome filmmaker. So here is Claudia Sheng's film, Ranked.
Damn, how are we doing so well?
Right? I mean, you carried it the last match.
Nah, I mean, I'm not even that good, really.
No, seriously, you're so much better than my college friends.
Seriously?
Yeah, I had to like call out every single move for them.
Shit.
Right? It was ridiculous. So, come on, you wanna sign up?
For the tournament?
Yeah, it's next weekend. We can sign up for duos.
I'm really not that good, man.
You are.
I mean, I'm only in like, what, plat?
Dude, most of the player base is either in gold or silver, so you're basically better than more than half of the people in the world, man. Besides, if we win, we have clout to play in other tournaments. And we can also play the whole summer, so you don't even have to deal with your internship bullshit.
Fuck, don't remind me.
I'm telling you, dude, this is your way out of it. We'll win this, we'll meet a bunch of people, and then make some money, and then...
We can go pro?
Exactly, right? That's the dream.
I mean, I've been wanting to do that since like middle school.
Right? Me too. We should do it.
You know what? Let's do it.
Alright, so obviously I turned it down a little bit because we're not in the league yet, but I based it off a general esport training schedule in the article.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can tell.
But if you think about it, if we want to become pros, we gotta train like them too, you know? There's also a practice game next week, and we're gonna shop to see what the cafe has to offer.
Jeez, 5 hours a day?
If you think about it, it's less than half of what an actual pro plays. It's what we have to do to get better, but also good enough to play like them.
Okay, let's make it 6.
Are you sure?
I mean, half of what a pro plays is like nothing. If we do that every day, we'll be beating their asses.
Okay. It's the real deal.
Let's do this. From now on, we're only playing to get better.
Let's do it. This on the right?
Why are we so good at this fucking
game? Oh my god. Wait, no, he got me. Okay.
Right there.
Okay. Alright, I'll do.
I got him. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Corey. Jesus Christ. I got him. Are you done right?
Okay, there's another one. Oh, damn it.
I read your cover letter.
Yeah?
I think you need to stand out even more. In your cover letter, you're supposed to immediately line out what differentiates you from the other candidates applying. That's how you get the employers to notice you. And your resume basically has nothing on it, which means you have to stand out even more.
Well, you always told me to work on my grades instead of getting a job.
Should have gotten a job in college.
You never told me that I should.
I am not going to tell you what to do.
Well, but you always have.
You're 19, Alex. You know what to do.
It's just, it's hard to always go from.
What did you say? All the other kids have internships and you don't. I raised you to be smart, gave you everything. You are not trying hard enough. And that's why you don't have an internship yet. Apply for 3 more tomorrow. Fix your cover letter.
I mean, where else is there to apply to?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you had a major, you would.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
Dude, you don't have to be so depressed about it. It wasn't your fault.
I'm not.
Let's just practice more until the tournament.
We're still playing?
Yeah, dude, we trained so hard for this.
So?
We need to play.
Doesn't matter with shit.
Look, let's just try again.
This is so dumb.
What do you mean?
Because you can't just say that. You can't just tell me to work harder. That's not how it works.
But that's what we have to do. We have to work hard in order to get...
No! I'm just so fed up with it. I mean, I work so hard, but there's a rando out there who plays twice a week and is better than me. And look, I mean, I'm trying. I really am trying, but I'm never going to be good enough.
Dude, there's always going to be someone better than us.
Yeah, and I've never met anyone who's worse than me.
Dude, if you can quit the tournament, when's the next time I'm going to get to play with you?
I don't know. I'm taking a break.
From what? Playing video games? For how long? Dude, what else are you going to do? What, continue bullshitting on your resume? Look, I thought this was going to be fun for us. I thought you wanted to be in the league, and I did too. Okay, so I'm sorry if it's going to make you feel so bad about it.
Weird. What feels weird? Like, not really doing anything right now?
Yeah, I guess. But it feels nice though.
Yeah, true. Feels like it's actually summer vacation, you know?
Yeah.
You want to keep going?
Sure. Let's go.
Wow, thank you, Claudia, for that insightful look into the world of esports. Now, for our next performer, we have Justin Lay, who is a mathematician by day and aspiring V-pop star by night. Writing and performing music has always been an invaluable avenue of personal expression for him growing up. However, it was not until his time at UC San Diego's VSA that he discovered this could be used to express and spread the love of a living cultural heritage. As a performer, his goal is to help others share in the same joy he feels, and for his music to reach hearts in a way that words cannot. Here is Justin Lay.
I'm Justin Lay. Hope you're all enjoying APIDA Celebration 2021. 2021. I can't believe it's been 2 years since the last one of these. I really do miss it. Every year, APIDA Celebration has been a shining beacon, pillar of the Asian student community at Chapman, being able to showcase voices that I really feel are otherwise drowned out. I've been at Chapman for a few years now. I did my PhD here, and if you're a student here, you probably also relate when I say that life at Chapman can be a bit of an isolating experience, but we're really lucky to have clubs like APSA and all the great new student cultural orgs that sprung up in the past few years that have really built a community in the midst of all that bring us together to really celebrate what makes us all, what our shared culture, heritage is, and also what makes all of us unique in our own ways. So I'm really honored to be asked to come back as a guest performer by APSA this year for APIDA Celebration 2021. So my first song will be Make You Feel My Love.
When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows and the stars appear and there's no one there to dry your tears, I could hold you for a million years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made your mind up yet, but I would never do you wrong. I've known it from the moment that we've met. There's no doubt in my mind where you belong. I'd go hungry, I'd go black and blue, I'd go crawling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you feel my love. The storms are raging on the rolling sea, and on the highway of regret, the winds of change are throwing wild and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I could make you happy, make your dreams come true. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you to make you feel my
So I am Vietnamese American. What does that really mean? As I've come to wrestle with and come to terms with my cultural identity, that's a question I've always struggled to answer. Is it what I like to do? Is it eating pho? Is it being able to speak Vietnamese? I hope not. What I've come to kind of figure out and come to accept is that this identity is a living one that's constantly growing and being re-examined. I always liked music, so I got really into V-pop music, Vietnamese pop music. Vietnamese music has traditionally been very sad. It makes sense coming out of that post-war identity. Not that there's anything wrong with sad music, the authenticity a generation really needs. But I think this time, past year or so, it's maybe a bit time for some happy music as well. Every year I make this list of top 10 V-pop songs of the year. And this last year, one of my friends told me that he saw that a theme in my top 10 songs this year was hope. So this is a song, V-pop song by one of my favorite artists, Fura. It's called Yêu Em Từ Bé, which is I've loved you since childhood. One other thing is that it's quarantine and everyone has their impulse buys. So for me, I pull out my quarantine. This is my chance to use my quarantine instruments, the ones I impulse in the hobbies in quarantine. I got a kalimba. This bass, this U bass, and my old guitar, which isn't new, but it might be helpful. Okay. So here goes. This is Yêu Em Từ Bé.
Giữa thế giới bao la, anh chẳng thấy ai xinh hơn em. Lung linh như đóa hoa sáng ngời. Vì tôi ba câu ca nghĩ về em từng từ thâu đêm. Khi em đánh rơi nụ cười, gói tin vào máy đem gửi em nơi ấy, giúp nhà với chút thương với đời. Lâu chẳng gặp nhau không hiểu em có thấy tình cảm anh trao em bao nhiêu năm ấy. Từ lúc bé đã yêu em rồi, bây giờ anh vẫn thế. Dù rằng ở ngoài kia có biết bao nhiêu mối tình, bằng anh yêu 450 người nhưng mà anh không thể chờ đợi một mình em yêu em hơn cả chính mình. Không biết mãi sau đây cuộc sống rồi sẽ thế nào, chỉ cần mình cạnh nhau đi qua bao sóng gió, ném hết những âu lo về đây tìm hạnh phúc thay vào, rồi mình ra cùng nhau ngắm thế gian muôn màu. Anh lo lắng một mai nếu có một ai khiến ta phải xa rời, chắc sẽ nói chẳng nên lời vì anh mất đi nửa cuộc. Giờ làm đến phút chia ly và anh sẽ chẳng cần suy nghĩ, nắm tay em thật chắc để cùng nhau đi, đặt vào trong lưới tình chỉ dành hai đứa mình. Ta và ta mà thôi nghe bình yên sớm tối, đừng cùng sai giác hồng một tình yêu thắm nồng. Em cứ vui cười thôi có anh lo hết rồi. Ta gặp được nhau cũng là do duyên số, giữa bao nhiêu dối ren số bồ. Thương là mình thương thằng ngày vương xa vắng, thật lòng thầy chỉ mong em hiểu cho rằng từ lúc bé đã yêu em rồi, bây giờ anh vẫn thế. Dù rằng ở ngoài kia có biết bao nhiêu mối tình, và ngày yêu 450 người nhưng mà anh không thể chờ đợi một mình em yêu em hơn cả chính mình. Không biết mãi sau đây cuộc sống rồi sẽ thế nào, chỉ cần mình cạnh nhau đi qua bao sóng gió, đem hết những âu lo về đây tìm hạnh phúc thay vào, rồi mình ra cùng nhau ngắm thế gian muôn màu.
listening. I'm Justin Lay. My socials are here. Hope you all have a great rest of the APIDA 21 show. Everyone enjoy. Thank you so much, APSA, for its platform opportunity, this great event. Everyone stay safe and take it easy.
Glad you can see my beautiful face as always. Thank you again to Justin for the lovely performance and for always just being such a veteran of APIDA Celebration. Next up, we have our second filmmaker of the evening, Nathan Tung, who is a photographer and filmmaker from Fremont, California. He currently does a lot of adventure photography and filmmaking, which allows him to combine his passion of the outdoors with capturing memories through photo and video. Side note, he's also a really cool guy. This is Nathan Tung's film.
Hey, it's me. Do you remember when the year first started and I told you that I wanted to spend more time creating and life? Well, it goes since I decided to travel back to the Bay and meet all these incredible photographers who are now some of my closest friends. I remember sitting in the edit bay just looking through God for the documentary and thinking to myself, how am I so lucky to have experienced all that? Then I went up to Yosemite to try and capture firefalls with those same friends. We didn't end up seeing firefalls, but ended up with something so much better. A sense of community, a family of photographers, no matter what happens, will always be there for each other. I remember then feeling like everything that I have worked so hard for has finally paid off. I started the year with so many plans and goals I wanted to achieve, but it looked like the universe had different plans. Over the months though, I realized that this year wasn't risk or the journey or the destination, but rather it's about the growth along the way. This year, of all years, I've begun to understand what is truly important to me. I found myself in the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, from moments that make me feel like I've got life all figured out to being completely lost with nowhere to run. But through it all, I learned how much I am capable of and how strong I can be physically and mentally. I know this year isn't how we planned it to be, or I know that a lot of us are feeling stuck in a never-ending cycle of self-doubt and negativity. But I say, the hell with it. One thing this year has taught me is to celebrate the small moments and just take the leap. Stay connected to one another and remember that no matter what happens, you aren't alone. Here's to all the moments, big or small, that made 2020 the way it is. And here's to the year that changed my life.
Wow, thank you so much, Nathan, for that beautiful, beautiful documentary footage. Now, coming up, we have the musical duo Justin Kim and Zach Sharma. These two filmmakers attended Dodge College at Chapman University and has been hard at work on their new album, releasing their music to Spotify. Here is Justin Kim and Zach Sharma.
Let's see how that sounds.
All right, thank you, Justin and Zach. You can actually find both of their work on Spotify. Justin is known as Suave Punk on Spotify, and Zach is known as Zatch, Z-A-T-C-H. They're also both wonderfully talented filmmakers. You know, I was thinking we have all this cool like TV screen things going on, you know, it's kind of the vibe, the aesthetic of the evening. And if you want your own cool little TV screen thingy for yourself, you can purchase this very cool limited edition APIDA Celebration 2021 Reboot sticker, which actually glows in the dark. It's only $4 and you can purchase it from us on Venmo. Be sure to message us privately and send us the address you want us to ship it to. But anyways, thank you, Justin and Zach. For our next artist, we have Victoria Nguyen, a Vietnamese-American artist based in Garden Grove. Aside from practicing classical piano, she writes a lot of music. Victoria's music always aims to reach into the capacity for true emotion that all humans share in our collective existence. For this APIDA celebration, she will be performing for the first time a couple of songs that she wrote under the artist name Narutoria. This is Victoria Narutoria Nguyen.
Hi everyone, my name's Victoria and I will be playing some songs for you today. Actually, my artist name is Narutoria, which as some of you can gather is a combination of Naruto and Victoria. Long story short, someone took a picture of me in high school and drew the entire Naruto costume over it, and oh my god, it was so funny. I'll be singing two songs for you today. Two songs that I wrote myself that actually have not been released, so this will be the official premiere and the first time I'm performing them too. The first song is called Let It Rain. It's raining in paradise again. It seems I've forgotten how the sun feels on my skin. My body is pale, my eyes are gray. I'm searching for colors, but they all seem to fade away. What does it mean to seize the day? How can I take control of a game I wasn't meant to play? They always say the universe okay. So what can we do but wait by the window pane and just let it rain, let it rain, and just let it rain, let it rain. Hope you enjoyed that song, and I hope that maybe it uplifted. Even if, you know, I may look a little tense in the face because I am focused on singing and playing, I swear, I'm trying to tell you that things are okay. So this next song, it has a bit of a different tone. It's a song that I made when I was contemplating about where I was going to end up in the future and where I wanted to be. Whether or not I end up, you know, making it or something. This song I'm going to call Beyond the Stars. I wanna be among the stars, far beyond Jupiter and Mars. I wanna see what's on the other side. I know that time will take its toll till I no longer have the strength to hold onto the very things that keep me whole. And so I'll survive, never fade away. I know that my time will come someday. Till then, I'll sing to the stars. Maybe I'll find the not so far. If all we are is stardust, are we nothing more than particles drifting into spaces aimlessly? If it's all a science, then how can I hear symphonies in the silence? Don't let me fade away. Don't let me fade away into nothing. I wanna be among the stars, far beyond Jupiter and Mars. I wanna see what's on the other side. I know that time will take its toll till I no longer have the strength to hold onto the very things that keep me whole. And so I'll survive, never fade away. I know that my time will come someday. Till then, I'll sing to the stars. Maybe I'll find the not so far beyond. If all we are is stardust, are we nothing more than particles drifting into spaces aimlessly? If it's all a science, then how can I hear symphonies in the silence? Don't let me fade away. Don't let me fade away into nothing. If all we are is stardust, are we nothing more than particles drifting into spaces aimlessly? If it's all a science,
then how can I hear symphonies in the silence? Don't let me fade away. Don't let me fade away into nothing.
Wow, thank you, Victoria, for that beautiful music. In fact, last year, Victoria Nguyen directed and composed Chapman VSA's Vietnamese Culture Night. Unfortunately, it was canceled due to the pandemic, but what we saw of it was amazing. She built it from the ground up, and it starred yours truly. But enough about me. We want to give some shout-outs for the people who are buying stickers right now during the stream. So we'd like to highlight 3 people right now. We'd like to highlight Sarah, Kyler, and Amanda. Thank you so much for buying stickers. Remember, if you buy stickers right now, we will shout you out on the stream. Now, for our next performance, we have Chapman's very own K-pop dance club, Twilight. Even though it's been a challenge moving everything online due to the pandemic, Twilight is very grateful they're still able to dance together, even when they're thousands of miles apart. Now, we present to you Twilight.
Don't bring me down, down, don't bring me down. 거상한 척 따윈 제발 좀 넣어도 show me, baby. Ever glow forever, let's go. Got no time for hate.
적 없는 시간의 의미 오렌지빛 압구정을 걸어 너도 느낀다면 come and find me 이 세계는 또 움직이고 있어 꺼내봐 it's fun 여기 너와 나 I'm familiar with the sound This is how we do it 다 여기에 What you waiting for What you waiting for 나만을 불렀네 We about to go 우린 걸래
Everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much to Twilight for having such a wonderful video. And a special thank you to Christine Yu as well for editing both this video and our upcoming Apps, a K-pop video. You seriously added a whole nother level of flair there. We also wanted to give a shout out to 2 more sticker purchasers within the past couple minutes, Christopher and Dawood. Special thank you to Christopher for an extra little donation, and to Dawood just for being cool. Our next performer is Nico Lo, a Chinese Hispanic singer-songwriter from San Francisco, California, more specifically Novato, California, an old friend of mine who I've known since the beginning of high school. It's been really cool to see him kind of grow into himself as a musician and an artist, and to see him now at the Berklee School of Music and pursuing his dreams there, getting songs on Spotify and stuff like that has been really cool. So thank you, Nico, for being part of our stream. And a little bit more about him. His music infuses kind of a love of jazz harmonies and the rhythm of rock with this intimate style of lyrical storytelling. And without further ado, here is Nico Lo.
My name is Nico Lo. I am an Asian Hispanic singer-songwriter from San Francisco, California. I'm currently living in Boston, Massachusetts, going to school, doing music. I am a music major. I do songwriting and production. And going through the motions of being in online classes and dealing with how the pandemic is affecting me has been it's been hard, yeah. But music's been getting me through it, and I'd love to share that with you today. I got 3 songs for you, and I hope you enjoy. Don't pay any mind to me. It's my selfish desire holding me and folding me, but work with me and we could be happy. Like something right out of a storybook. I've read every word, but each seems to conflict with each other. You said you weren't ready for you to go and close the door, but you seem so eager to leave. Oh, well, as for looking at read receipts into the night. Oh, is what I'm overthinking each letter I type. V is for vows that are broken, and D was that look in your eye. Love is a story that leaves me in tears every time. Don't say anything, stop rewriting what you have already said. I've read the script over and over, and I disillusion me, and you can't write our own happy ending if our end isn't one in the same. Oh, well, it's for looking at read receipts into the night. Oh, is what I'm overthinking each letter I type. V is for vows that are broken, and he was that look in your eye. Love is a story that leaves me in tears every time. That was my song called Love, kind of a spin on the original by Nat King Cole. This next one's called Gravity. Gravity and the ground, what goes around comes around. Catch me when I fall, if I ever land at all. Faster than the speed of light, you caught me by surprise. Play with me among the stars. You Saturn strings the strings on my guitar. I think that I can move on from her. I know that you want me now, but we're not quite ready for liftoff. Her gravity's pulling me down. The starry night I'm underneath, you're shining barely out of reach. Catch me if I dare to join you in the space up there. Are you my equal and opposite reaction? One that would make Newton proud. I wanna lift off of this planet, and gravity can't hold me down. Gravity and the ground, what goes around comes around.
This last one I have for you is a song called Never Fallen Out of Love Before. Remember when I used to say that you were mine, and you would always say I'm yours. I regret all the times that we'd fight. I've never fallen out of love before. I stare at all the broken plates and shattered glass, our own pictures torn up on the floor. It's easy for you to sleep in different rooms. It's like you've fallen out of love before. I close my eyes and I see the stars, just like the nights you spent in my arms. And when we kissed, all the stars would fall. Did you ever close your eyes? Were you really ever mine at all? Mistaking all the times that we would cry for just another crack in the road. I used to think this is what love was like, but I've never fallen out of love before. And I close my eyes and I see the stars, just like the nights you spent in my arms. And when we kissed, all the stars would fall. Were you really ever mine? 'Cause I can't look you in the eye anymore. Lightning never strikes the same place twice, but you're still knocking at my door. I tell myself to hide from thunder sight. I couldn't bear to face another storm. Another storm. Remember when we said we'd stand the test of time, and love would always see us through. I regret what I'm about to admit. I've never fallen out of love with you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Nico, for that beautiful, beautiful music. And if you want to check out Nico and all the other artists in APIDA celebration, you can check out our Instagram at ChapmanAPSA. We've tagged all of the artist socials there so you can check out all of their amazing, amazing work. Now, we want to shout out some more sticker buyers. So we've got Jillian, Justin L, and Justin B. Thank you so much for buying these stickers. Again, if you want to get a shout out for buying a sticker, all you have to do is Venmo at Chapman APSA, $4 for a sticker, and we will shout you out during the stream. And we can't do shout outs for stickers if we do not shout out our amazing, amazing graphic designer, Kylie. She's an amazing illustrator and animator and has made these really, really cool stickers with punch on and a really cool screen. And we are obsessed with them and they're awesome. So definitely thank you to Kylie, and buying these stickers would mean a lot to us and would mean a lot to her. So coming up, we have Dominic Savor, a visual artist, actor, and musician from San Jose, California. He's in his senior year here at Chapman University, majoring in communication and entrepreneurship, but he has a visceral passion for videography and acting. He has been teaching himself how to edit for the past 5 years and even has plans to start his own production company with his friends. Now, we present to you Dominic Savor performing under his stage name, Digital Dom.
I move solo dolo, just like Yoko Ono. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 oh. I don't talk to the popo, yes they talk to me. Still I ain't cooperating, cause they killing all my seeds. So that I got a drum, yeah, got them double D's, and you know what I mean. I don't wanna be seen, yeah. I don't wanna be seen, yeah. So the blicky, like Vicky. I don't stay iffy. I don't stay iffy. I don't stay iffy. Fuck another center, iffy. And I told my G's, moving silence, plotting for my lasagna. That I'm rocking is not designer, it's bigger than rap. Going in just to really get your back. Winning a race like I'm running track. And I used to play running back. Then I had to get a sack. Yeah, I had to get a touchdown. I go from town to town. I'm running out of rounds, but I'm never running out of rhymes. Cause I'm never running out of time. I know I'm timeless, making music that is gonna blow your mind. Can't even comprehend these. Like years away from my out in LA. I really wanna see her, but I got to make it a better year. I'm getting years.
You tripping if you ain't a digital fan.
heavy. Sparking up the center, heavy. And I told my G's, let's get plotting for my lasagna. That I'm rocking is not designer, it's bigger than rap. Going in just to really get your back. Winning a race like I'm running track. Then I used to play running back. Then I had to get a sack. Yeah, I had to get a touchdown. And I go from town to town. I'm running out of rounds, but I'm never running out of rhymes. Cause I'm never running out of time. I know I'm timeless. Making music that is gonna blow your mind. Can't even comprehend this. Like years away from my out in LA. I really wanna see her, but I got to make it a better year. I'm getting
You tripping if you ain't a digital fan.
All right, thank you, Dom, for a wonderful performance and for blending two kinds of art forms together with video production and music. It's something that's, I think, really unique to this year's show, just because we do have this digital medium. You know, we're always talking about how we had to change things because of the pandemic, but it's also been a wonderful opportunity to see how people have worked with several mediums over the course of the last year. So it's been really insightful to see that. We want to give a quick shout out again to those of you who have purchased a sticker during our time on stream. This time it's Jenny, Hayden, and Alex. You guys are absolutely the bomb. Speaking of APSA, we have a wonderful performance from yours truly, APSA, continuing our long tradition of APSA K-pop. This year's K-pop dance is led by, again, Christine Yu of Chapman's K-pop dance club, Twilight. This is a treat for BTS fans all around, so without further ado, here is our APSA K-pop performance.
Wow, Thank you, APSA, for that long-running tradition of APSA K-pop. It's always exciting to see ourselves on stage and performing in the piazza, but here we are in our own homes performing right next to each other on screen. Now, for some more sticker shoutouts, we have Keone. Thank you so much, Keone, for buying a sticker. We really appreciate it. Again, if you want to get a sticker, just Venmo at Chapman APSA, $4 a sticker, and we will shout you out right here on screen. Now, we're going to be taking a break from performances for a little bit to talk about something we've been meaning to discuss for a very long time, and that is Asian representation in media. Yeah, recently there's been so much being done about diverse representation in entertainment, but there's still ways to go. So we had a group of APIDA artists come together to talk about the progress we've made and the progress left to be done. This is a discussion we are calling Representation.
Thank you guys to do this. Yeah, for all the film people that Mitchell asked, thank you for coming. And thank you, Mitchell, for briefing them on what we're talking about just now. But so I was thinking we could do like introductions first. So just say your name, pronouns, year, major, and like where you are right now. I'm Annika. Nice to meet all of you. Or like nice to meet two of you. I know like most of you here. I go by she, her. And I'm a sophomore. I'm a business major, music business minor, and I'm in Hawaii.
Hi, I'm Christine. I'm she, her. I'm coming into sophomore because I took a gap year. I'm a BFA theater performance major and a VFX minor, and I'm currently in Taichung, Taiwan.
I'm Mitchell, he, him. I am a junior at Chapman studying television writing and production. Oh, and history, yes. Oh, right, I'm in Orange, California. I'm like a 10-minute walk from campus.
Hi, my name is Claudia. I'm from Taipei, Taiwan, which I'm currently in. I'm a film production major with a directing emphasis. I'm technically a junior, but I'm on my gap year. And I'm also a political science minor.
I'm Leanne. My pronouns are she, her. I am also a junior film production major with an emphasis in directing, and I have a minor in CCI. I am currently in Orange, but I'm from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Paige. I am a sophomore music major with an emphasis in piano performance and a minor in econ. My pronouns are she, her, and I am from Huntington Beach, California.
Hi, my name is Lucas, he, him, his. I am a music ed major with a vocal emphasis and a minor in music tech with a hopeful double minor in music business. Woo, Annika. And I'm currently in San Jose, California.
Hello, I am Clarice. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm sorry, what else did you want to know?
Major, year, and where you are right now.
I am a film production major with an emphasis in sound design. I am in Orange currently.
Nice. Well, it's so interesting to hear where you guys are all at, because I feel like with the pandemic, everyone is just everywhere. But yeah, I'm happy that we're able to meet and just talk about this very important topic about Asians in media. But first off, I know with everything that's been happening, with like the APIDA community, I just wanted to ask how you guys are doing mental health wise, if there's anything you want to say about it.
Okay, well, I can go. So since coming back to Taiwan, I know that like people that are overseas, it's probably kind of stressful to like suddenly, because of COVID, like get sent to like a foreign country, especially like if you lived in the US for like a little bit. So actually, I have been getting therapy every week. It's super not common here, and it's super hard to find English therapists here, but I have been really working on mental health since, you know, everything's happening is politically, and if you follow everything, like it's really overwhelming, and personally as well with career and with this kind of point in college. So I think, so mental health is important. So I'm definitely working on that.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I recently just started seeing a therapist too, and it's been very helpful. So yeah. Would anyone else like to talk about this?
I can go on and on for like how overwhelming all the news is, and like how like I'm honestly like really desensitized to like all of the tragedy, because like all you see on the news is like tragedy over tragedy over tragedy. But I've also noticed like a lot of solidarity within communities, and like especially like with the Stop Asian Hate rallies that have been going on. Like there was one held at Chapman like 2 weeks ago, which I think is amazing. Just like people coming together for like a common cause. And I've honestly felt like I've grown closer with my Asian American friends and just like Asian APIDA friends, like, you know, because like, you know, in this time, we really have to stick together. So on the bright side, you know, there's always a bright side to everything.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, like, I kind of struggled for a bit. Like, there are definitely some nights of I just randomly click on videos of like what's happening, because I'm actually trying to avoid it, because it's just so upsetting that I don't want to cry about it. And there were some nights where I cried about it, because even though I'm not in the States, it's hard not to think like, what if it could have been me, or like my friends in the States, my Asian American friends? What if my family from like Taiwan or Vietnam decides to come visit me, and then they suddenly just like get bombarded by all this? And it's not easy sometimes. But I recently did attend an alley in Taipei. And that's not an alley, oh my god, rally. I recently attended a rally in Taipei, which I found was like overwhelmingly amazing. I've never seen such like solidarity in Asia, especially because we don't really speak about these issues. It was helped by, I think it was a Taiwanese American who came back to Taiwan, but it was still pretty amazing because we were like stopped by a lot of locals to like, they asked us what this event was about, and then when we explained to them, they were like, wow, that's really inspiring, like thank you for doing this kind of thing. You know, it's
yeah, for sure. Okay.
I was gonna say, I'm like, so equal parts just confused and concerned, just because, I mean, especially being in the Bay, like where it's kind of a melting pot for change, and be like a melting pot full of like color, just like color in all shapes and sizes, you know, it's just kind of disheartening to find that even in a place as accepting as this, as here, you still find that discrimination and that, you know, just like feeling of unsafety, if that makes sense. But I'm also optimistic. A good friend of mine in high school recently started up her own movement called the AAA movement. It's really small, but like growing strong here. And I actually sang for the first rally, which was really cool. But it's kind of really exciting to try and, or at least be at that age where you are able to understand what's going on and being able to understand that you can make change at this age. So I guess that's really exciting for me.
Yeah, oh, that's so cool that you got to sing. I love that. The first question, I guess, would be kind of a broad question, open-ended, but do you believe that having the APIDA community represented in popular media, so movies, TV shows, and music, do you believe that's important?
I don't know. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, what's interesting too, and I'm, you know, as someone who's hosted a podcast entirely revolving around this discussion, you would know that there's obviously a lot of nuance beyond, you know, this just the question of representation in and of itself. I think, you know, something that is cool for me to see, especially like as a film student at Chapman, is, you know, everyone's thinking about, you know, in front of the camera when it comes to representation in film, but it's really interesting to see how APIDA talent behind the scenes has kind of expanded a lot and continues to, especially with like, you know, like Lulu Wang and the Oscars and things like that. Like, it's definitely, you know, I know the like 10-year-old in me is like, oh, someone just like me is up there. And that definitely has a lot of positive impact on me. So
yeah, no, I definitely agree that people, like our community should be represented behind the scenes too, because should I talk about it? But Mulan, the new movie wasn't the best that it could be, and I feel like if they just maybe have brought on more Chinese people behind the scenes, and just more Chinese writers, and just people who know more about the culture since they grew up with it, it could have been better. But then again, maybe it couldn't have been. So yeah.
So I'm a little scattered right now, so let's see how this turns out. But I do think that it's very important to have all that representation, but I think what's also important is to have very specific representation. And of course, I don't mean like only one community gets to be represented. I just mean that, especially in America, when people say Asian, that lumps so many ethnicities, races together into one lump, and that's not who we are. Like, we have so many beautiful cultures, there's just so much to showcase. Like, I always make the joke, I'm Filipino, and so we are Pacific Islander, Asian, Hispanic. What are we? Who knows? But I always make the joke that with the Disney Pixar movies, I needed Moana, Coco, and Raya to finally feel fully represented in the whole spectrum of that. And there was this whole trend on Twitter a long time ago, I remember, where people had the hashtag the first time I saw me. And it was a lot of different cultures, a lot of different races saying hashtag the first time I saw me, insert name of show, name of movie here of the first time they saw themselves on the media. And I remember a lot of Black kids said that Akilah and the Bee was like the first time they saw like a young female Black girl on screen. And then I remember seeing a lot of Asians being like, the first time I saw me was this and this. And I felt like saying, oh, the first time I saw me, I don't know, just like any random movie with an Asian character in it. But then I realized that's not true for me, because I had never at the time, even now currently, had never really seen a Filipino on screen. Like, the closest I've seen is like in The Good Place, like Jason, and we're not exactly well represented. Don't get me wrong, I love that character in The Good Place, but look, like, he's not like the smartest person. And I literally was watching Grace and Frankie the other day, and it was an episode where they mentioned the word Filipino, and it was just in passing, like a Filipino nurse in the hospital, but it was like a racist remark as a joke. Like, they called it out, they're like, don't be racist. But it's just like, I got excited to hear the word Filipino mentioned in a show, and it's like that, like, that is how much it means, because I've never seen myself really represented in the media, and so when I hear just the name of my ethnicity called out, I'm like, holy crap, I exist. In the eyes of the world, we are perceived. And so I guess in a nutshell, yes, I believe representation is important, but don't lump us all together. We have such beautiful and rich cultures. Really individualize it. Don't force it, but we're not one people. We're many,
Yeah, exactly. That was really well said.
Off of what Clarice said, I had to look it up just now, but literally it was exciting to me. There's this Pixar short, or no, not Pixar, like Disney short that came out on Disney Plus called Float. And literally I watched it and I was like, oh, cool, it's really great. It's a metaphor for autism and stuff like that. Autism awareness, great. But little did I know that like months later, my friend was like, oh, it's about like the family that it's surrounded by. It's like Filipino, right? And I was like, what? Like, I had no idea. And like the only way you can know is from like this tiny little picture of like the Philippine flag just somewhere that's in the show. And yes, you could tell by the noses, but there's the understanding of it being about my culture, but not like being like, it's something I had to find out somewhere later along the line, where it's good that I felt like I found that out. Like, I felt like I found myself, or like found heard, but it's also kind of just like, it was a little bit irritating on my end, just because like we see it happen, but it's not as highlighted as we'd like it to be, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, like I definitely feel that, you know, we've come kind of far with, I know Crazy Rich Asians was really popular. And then like Bling Empire is another thing, but I feel like that really highlights just one story kind of, where it's like the rich Asians, and then that in itself makes people think that we're all rich and we're all well-to-do and we're all Chinese. So it's just like it is frustrating because I'm half Filipino too, but sometimes I even forget that I am because my last name is Chinese. I don't really look that Filipino, and yeah, it's like identity crisis.
No. I also say that I have a cultural identity crisis too. I grew up in Vietnam, but I went to an international school my entire life. So I low-key sound like an Asian American, like an ABC, but I'm not. But like coming back to Taiwan, like this is my first time living in Taiwan as well. It's like my Mandarin wasn't that good too. Sorry, I'm gonna sidetrack this whole question, so I won't talk about it too much. But I will touch upon the question in terms of like, it's kind of weird because I recently watched, it was like Totally Spies because I miss it so much. It was like one of my childhood shows, but they mentioned Taiwan once, and I was beyond so happy. And then, but one of the characters, Clover, was saying like, "Ew, what is so special about Taiwan?" And like, you know, like it's just that kind of thing, like that even something so small like that kind of stings a little bit, even though it was a show from like ages ago. But I think it's definitely important that there's Asian representation in the media, especially in like cartoons where kids are watching, because we have been heavily portrayed as like people with yellow skin, or Asian kids in high school are always good at math. Like, yes, we were told to go to a lot of like math schools. Well, I definitely had to go to Kumon. I think it's a Japanese school for, I don't know if you guys know it, but Kumon was very popular little academy for a lot of Asian kids. What I'm saying is that we definitely need Asians in the media to break that stereotype. Just small things like that, especially for children now. But yeah, especially to show that there actually is a lot of diversity within Asia too. We're not just Chinese. No, we're not just good at math, or some of us have undertone like yellow skin, but some of us have undertone like pink skin, or some of us, like other like more local Asians, have darker skin because, for example, they actually work in the farm or like construction, things like that. But people don't really see that as people of color, so then we get placed in the box of being close to white. That's very different. So there's a lot of diversity within our culture, and that needs to be showcased a lot more, rather than just being secluded in this like one box of Chinese or close to white.
It really is a work in progress. But that being said, is there anything, especially for the filmmakers actually, are there any stories that you would like to see told, like anything specific? And like, yeah, like what stories would you want to tell?
Yeah, hi. So I actually think that, so we talked about specific representation, but I think that not only is specific representation is extremely important, especially like intersectionality. So like for me, I think I've never really seen a lot of queer Asian characters on TV, for instance, or neurodivergent Asian characters. And as someone who had both of those things about me really impact my life, like it's actually really hard for me to see like myself on screen, and it's like always been really difficult because the Asian characters you like super smart, or they're like always like, you know, like super like, I don't know, like they're always straight, they're always like, you know, they always kind of like, I don't know, they always like portrayed a certain way, and so I would love to see just like a strong diversity, especially in intersectionality of Asian characters and their stories and their experiences, because I think it's very important having that like experience be different, because that experience is very different from people who might be not Asian, right? So I think it's good to have those stories out there, the stories that were never told.
No, yeah, with what Claudia said, I want to make films where like their identity isn't just rooted in their culture, where you get so many films where it's like, oh, like this person's identity is kung fu, like that's like who they are. But I want to make like normal coming of age drama films, like representing the people who look like me, the people I grew up with. And I also totally agree with what you said before about Crazy Rich Asians. It was representing my culture, like with Singapore, Malaysia, but it also wasn't like representing the people I knew, because it was still a very American film. It was very westernized. And that kind of like struck a bit of an irritation in me, because you don't really see like Black and brown people being represented in Crazy Rich Asians, even though like they make a very significant portion of like Malaysia and Singapore. And yeah, this might be a tiny rant of like westernization, but like the Western media really influences and like shapes the view of like people all over the world. So in Malaysia, we don't really have a strong film industry. So I looked a lot to like Disney Channel TV shows when I was growing up. And a lot of times, like I feel kind of invalidated by me saying, oh, I don't feel represented. Because like, I mean, I grew up in Malaysia. I grew up surrounded by Asian people. It's like, shouldn't I feel represented? But I was always looking to like white people. And yeah, I hope that was phrased well. Hi, Jelena.
Hi, Jelena. We're just talking about like what stories we would want to see and like representing the APIDA community. But would you like to introduce yourself? Like name, pronoun, year, major, and where you are right now?
Hi everyone, I'm Jelena. I'm technically a junior. I was a doc major at Chapman, and I'm calling in from the Bay Area right now. Yeah, I'm really happy that Mitch told me about this. I see a lot of friends on this call too.
Would anyone else like to say anything on like Clarice?
So I think Lucas did say in the chat, I don't know if this is more of an audio thing, but Lucas did say he can't speak about it audibly because of his current living situation, but LGBTQ plus Asian American story. And I kind of want to go off what Claudia and Leanne said, specifically from a Filipino perspective, because especially with Filipinos in the Philippines, we are, in my opinion, one of the biggest consumers of queer culture, but at the base level, we're not very accepting of it, which is really odd because we're so Catholic. We're such a Catholic country. And what the best way I can describe it is like, say, this is hypothetical. My parents are very accepting, but hypothetically, if my parents knew that I had a gay best friend, they would be totally fine with that. They'd love them. They wouldn't mind that they're gay. But if I came out, that would be like, no. And that would be a wonderful thing to showcase stories like that. And yet coming of age stories that aren't super based in culture. That's what I want to see, is that they're not based in culture, but you see the culture there. Like, I've actually thought about this because I used to be a cinematography emphasis. Like, what are the insert shots? What are the introductory shots that you see of this coming of age story of some teenager who's Filipino? And it's like, you open the door, there are shoes all over the place, like right at the foot of the door. You see your mom washing dishes and she puts them in the dishwasher to dry. And like things like that. And, you know, and the whole, yeah, you need to eat, and like small comments like you smell like the sun. That's like a Filipino thing. I don't think anybody knows what that is, but they always say that in our language, like when we come out from playing outside, it's like you smell like the sun. Small things like that where it's like the movie or whatever it is, the TV show is not based in that, but you see it. Like, for example, Steven Universe, I'm gonna throw this out, this is so random, but one of the characters in Steven Universe is canonically Filipino, and I did not believe this for the longest time because it's animated, you know? But you can't really like show someone who's Filipino like really just by the way they look sometimes. And it wasn't until like a couple seasons in when they're like, oh, fine, I'll bake something for this event, and he was like, I'm making an ube cake, and I lost my mind. I was like, ube? That's you were not kidding. He is Filipino. It's things like that, small things. It's super important.
Yeah, also ube slaps. So if anyone hasn't tried it,
can I ask what can you describe me what's with an ube cake?
Yes, ube. I actually had to ask my mom about this because for the longest time I wasn't sure if they were the same thing. Ube, translated, it's taro. Purple yam. Yeah, purple yam is one way to describe it, taro is another. And it's just so delicious.
I would also like to add on to the queer representation, like kind of thing, to bring it back. But yeah, so essentially, like to add to what Clarice says, like everyone says that Taiwan is like one of the best countries to be in if you are gay and Asian. But from exploring the queer community here since I came back, like since I came out like when I graduated high school and immediately I went to the US. But like since exploring the queer community here, like I realized that most queer people I know, despite how out they are, they have really bad relationships with their parents or their entire family, even coworkers and like people they are like, sometimes they even like don't talk to their siblings, they don't talk to their family, they like moved away and stuff. And it's weird because Taiwan does consume a lot of like gay content and there are a lot of like queer films coming out. But the thing is that, you know, like I think I was talking to my friend, other queer friend the other day, but I wish that there are representation of queer people that isn't fetishized, that isn't like two attractive guys that are like, oh, they're like kissing and they're like, you know, like doing all this stuff that, or like it's extremely like kind of exotic when people, I mean, like, you know, like I watch anime, so like I've obviously seen my fair share of like fetishizing of gay people and portraying them in like not a good light. So I think that it's like, I think it's important to not only have like queer representation, but also good, like accurate queer representation and like realistic queer representation and queer representation written by queer people instead of written for straight people or by straight people. So I think that's really important as well.
Okay, I mean, I can't speak much about it, but I was like, I have this conversation a lot. I watched the movie Love, Simon like religiously. It's kind of unhealthy. Anyways, every time I watch it, I kind of like look at the scenes and I'm like, that wouldn't work if it was an Asian family. Like, at least in my understanding, like that would never fly. And it's like they're doing a little bit better with understanding like Love Victor and stuff like that. But like it's kind of like an understanding of, I would watch that movie and the first time I'd watch that movie, I'd be like, I don't see myself there because of, you know, like the gaps that like have been put in place just because of, you know, race and the color of our skin, that just like everything that is attached to that. So I guess like wanting to see a film where maybe it doesn't work out and that's just the harsh truth, but like figuring out how to navigate in that environment, you know? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, just in this whole discussion about identity and what we want to see represented in media, as someone who is half Asian and half white, I feel like there's being Hapa in media is something that's I think very complicated and strange to navigate in terms of how you portray those characters. You know, on one hand, I think it's totally valid to see, you know, kind of the cultural identity in however that particular character, you know, whatever background this particular character comes from, having that kind of mixed heritage supplement, you know, how they see things in, you know, whatever story they're from. I think that's incredibly important, and we shouldn't, you know, ignore that when it comes to building a story. On the other end of that spectrum, though, I'm really tired of seeing like mixed heritage characters who do nothing except like lament the, you know, the instability of wherever they come from. You know, it's like you wake up then, you know, every morning and you're like, what world am I from? Which, I mean, I do that quite frequently, but more so just because I have had very little sleep and don't know where I actually am. But yeah, you know, it is interesting, I think, how we can't have one without the other. You want stories that don't spend 100% of the time just focusing on that. And you also want stories that do, you know, to a very large extent, make it a big portion of your story and make it a very legitimate thing that people have to deal with. Which is why it's great that we can have, you know, endless amounts of stories and kind of see that dialogue play out in the public eye.
I feel like people are always like, oh, you know, you have Crazy Rich Asians now. Like you should be grateful that you have this movie. it's like, excuse me. I'm not, like, just because I happen to be Chinese, it doesn't mean that therefore I just relate to the characters on screen. Like, you're doing the bare minimum. And you're saying that we should be grateful for it, kind of thing. But yeah, is there anything else that, Jelena?
Yeah, I'm kind of glad you brought up Crazy Rich Asians, because I was just kind of gonna say, like, people will always say that, but also I've kind of noticed, like, two recent shows I can think of are like House of Ho, and then I don't remember what the Netflix one is, but they're like both reality TV shows. Oh shit, sorry, I'm driving. They're both reality TV shows about like rich Asians. And they were like pretty heavily advertised, I would say. And yes, I did watch House of Ho. And it was like definitely cool to see like that kind of representation, especially in like reality TV. But at the same time, I know that, oh wait, the Netflix show is called Bling Empire, I think. And I know that was like trending for a little bit on Netflix, but just kind of looking at that representation too, like I just don't see much representation of like working class Asians. And I feel like that's a huge problem, especially because we're just in perpetuating like the model minority myth and like all that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like, and also, I don't know, I personally, well, I've read Crazy Rich Asians too, and at least in my opinion, I was like, some of this, it's like rich people behavior, like, is just rich people behavior, like, it's not even just, like, Asian specific. But I don't know, that was just a comment I had, because, like, I know Bling Empire was, like, really popular, but it's like, that's not, you're only showing rich Asian people.
Yeah. So, again, definitely it's still a work in progress, of course. It's like, we need to do better than just crazy rich Asians as our representation, you know? But to wrap it up, do you guys, like, what do you think people can do to bring more awareness to just Asian representation or issues, like, in general? If anyone has any thoughts on that.
I think just being more open-minded, because right now our media is like pretty heavily dominated by, you know, Caucasian people, and, you know, good for them. Like, at the same time, it's really important to see the other side, because we're like, at least in this, like, our I want to say entertainment is like predominantly dominated by like the Western countries, right? And then like everyone else is just foreign, you know? And like, I want to say like Parasite kind of is like starting to kind of, you know, make its way and like be the bridge to linking Eastern and Western. It's like being open-minded to having different cultures be highlighted in our popular media. Like, I like going back to like our fan favorite, like childhood characters that we relate to. All I can think of is Mulan, and I can't even relate to Mulan that well, you know? So it's like, and I can't even like really think of Asian characters in Western media that I can really relate to beyond Asian shows, you know? So, and it's really sad. So I think just being open-minded and really just wanting to be more inclusive, because everyone is like, oh, we want to be inclusive, we want to be diverse, then do it. Like, reach out to all these different wonderful, diverse cultural communities, and like, you can learn so much just by putting yourself in someone else's shoes.
If there's nothing else, I think that's actually the end of our panel discussion. Thank you guys so much for agreeing to be a part of this. I really, really appreciate it. And it was really nice meeting you guys. Oh, yeah. So, sorry, I thought Lucas was going to say something because he went like that.
I was just saying, likewise, it's lovely to meet all of you.
You guys seem so cool. I would love to like talk later if you guys are like available.
Yeah, other than that, thank you guys.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank
Love you, Annika.
Love you, Annika. Represent Asian, her podcast role.
Best show, best overall show.
Best podcast. I can't.
Love you, Clarice. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to APIDA Celebration 2021. Now, thank you so much for listening to our conversation. We want to do some sticker shoutouts, and actually, just to prove to you that they are indeed glow in the dark, Mitchell is going to go to our studio light right there and charge them up while I do a couple of shoutouts to people who purchased a sticker. So we got Farah, Sophia, Allie, and Angelique. So thank you so much to you for buying stickers. Remember, if you want a shout out right here on stream, just go to our Venmo at Chapman APSA, and Venmo is $4 for each sticker you want, and we will shout you out right here. And could you turn off the lights, please, to give a comparison? Look at that. Look at that. Look at the difference on that.
Pretty crazy, man.
Pretty cool, huh? All it takes
yeah.
yeah,
look at that.
yeah, yes, I wasn't kidding. They really are.
Yeah.
Here, take a look. Bring it a little closer.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give them a little clip? There you go. Yeah. Look at that.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So remember, Venmo us. Okay. So that concludes the first half of the APIDA celebration. And so we want to thank you for watching.
Thank you.
It means a lot to us, watching and listening. And all these artists are so grateful that you've come in to tune in and watch them perform, because in a time like this, we don't have this opportunity every day. So,
before our intermission, which is kind of the break before we go into our main headliners for the evening, we want to showcase our schedule for the rest of the evening. We will be starting back up at 7:40.
Yeah, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back with some more amazing performances and sticker stuff.
Lovely stickers. Yes.
Yeah, this is so cool.
I remember this one time my middle school art teacher put a Wayne Thibault book in my hands and told me that I would appreciate his work. To this day, I find myself often inspired by the technical quality of Wayne Thibault's painting. I don't know, I always admired the way he understood color composition when I started learning the ropes of color theory. And he had a way of choosing colors that were both outrageously bold, but also strictly accurate to the particular quality of that object in space. It was when observing his work that I realized how much he had such a fluid understanding between what he was observing and his personal interpretation. It made sense. He was doing more than just translating a scene. He was articulating the way in which that scene interacted with him. He wasn't just painting rows of cakes and still lifes. He was painting the way that they behaved in space. This was the first time that it occurred to me that creating a painting that demonstrates a genuine understanding of reality consists in more than just representation. In fact, there's a large element of intuitive imagination because you need to generate something that doesn't exist yet. What excites me about the way that I paint is that I often find myself working really fast, almost like I'm desperately attempting to translate an inconceivable and fleeting moment of perception. I don't know, when I paint, if it doesn't feel urgent, I'm not engaged in what I'm doing. It needs to be more than just painting something that's pretty. I need to be translating something that's true to reality and not fabricated by the male gaze. And a lot of my work kind of tries to break away from that.
one day you'll figure this out. And when you do, you will change the world. one day you'll figure this out. And when you do, you will change the world.
Hi everyone, it's Ralphie Jerome with the class of 2014. I am so excited to have you here at APIDA Celebration Reboot.
Bienvenidos!
Hello, we're Chapman Latinx and welcome to the APIDA celebration.
Hi! Hi!
We're Chapman QSA and welcome to APIDA Celebration.
Hello, we are Chapman Nikkei Student Union and welcome to the APIDA Celebration.
Hi everyone! Welcome to the 2021 APIDA Celebration.
We are Freshman Ambassadors.
We hope you have an amazing time.
Hello!
Hello!
Welcome to APIDA Celebration from Chapman AXA.
Welcome back to APIDA Celebration 2021 Reboot. We want to thank Emily Dash for talking about your paintings during intermission. They're really, really cool. And for some more sticker shoutouts, we would like to thank Cheska, Pauline, and Mitchell's dad for buying a sticker for Ben. All right, so we hope you're still hungry for more amazing performances because we are about to begin with our headliners. We're so excited for our headliners tonight. First off, we have a longtime performer for APIDA Celebration, Priska. Priska is a Taiwanese-American singer-songwriter from Los Angeles who, despite her small stature, will wow you with her big voice and intimate lyrics. Now, though she spent most of her adolescent years being bullied in school, she was able to find solace and comfort in music and found that her strength lay in her ability to express herself through song. A lifelong lover of feeling out songs with her heart, Priska will take you on an emotional journey that involves heartache, loss, and learning to carve your own path. This is Priska.
What's up, Chapman? I'm Priska. I'm coming to you from my home studio out in Chino, California. I wish we could all be in the same space, but since we're not, why don't we just imagine that we are all standing kind of in that courtyard under the starlight, smelling each other, smelling that good food that's always at the event. This is, I think, I don't know, my 6th or 7th time doing this, and it is always much fun. I'm American, and I'm sure a lot of you watching are too, and it's been kind of a rough time for us. So it's great to just be able to come and celebrate our heritage, celebrate our togetherness, and just kind of standing in solidarity during this time. So I'm going to be doing a couple of songs. I'm going to do some originals, I'm going to do a cover, and I hope you guys enjoy and, it brings you a little bit of something. So this first song is called Real Life. Anybody in love currently? Anybody? Okay, I see you. Anyone have a crush on somebody? Anyone think that somebody has a crush on them, but they're not really feeling it? We've all been there. It's okay. Nothing's perfect. It only takes one for you to be, in a relationship. I was notoriously single for a very long time, never dated in high school, never dated in college, and now I'm married. So things turned out okay. So it's like finding a job. You have to maybe go through a lot of interviews before you land the right one. And it's better to land the right one than to get stuck in a bad job. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, this is a song called Real Life. It's about, I guess the ups and downs of love. And you know me inside and out, and I know you without a doubt. We move in tandem, none can fathom how we make the perfect silhouette. But life can't take its crazy turns on you, and suddenly you're in love with somebody new. So pack it up, keep it tough. You've got me singing. Oh, well, why can't real life be so easy? Why can't we read like the fairy tales do? Why can't real life be so easy? Why can't we love till the evil is through? And once again I call your name, and though you're here it's not the same. And I hope you like her, I hope she makes you happier than you ever were with me. And life can't take its crazy turns on you, and suddenly you're in love with someone new. So pack it up, keep it tough. You've got me singing. Oh, well, why can't life be so easy? Why can't we read like the fairy tales do? Why can't real life be so easy? Why can't we love till the evil is love, till the evil is love, till the evil is through? Ooh. And all that laughter gone to waste, only tears left in their place. I took a tumble, I often stumble when I have no one to hold on to. And life can't take its crazy turns on you, and suddenly you're in love with somebody new. But pack it up, keep it tough. We've got you singing. Oh, why can't real life be so easy? Why Thank you so much. I felt like that was like a good little starter, a little palate cleanser through all the stages of love, both falling in love, feeling that easy, crazy feeling of just like, oh, the person forever. But, you know, it doesn't always, that's a little bit rough. But, you know, you just got to carry on and keep going, just like through this pandemic. You just got to kind of pull yourself together, keep going, wake up every day, put your pajama bottoms on, one leg at a time. You know what I'm saying? This is another song that I wrote. This one's called Sunbeams. This is kind of, have you guys seen that movie Brave, the Pixar movie? So when I saw Brave, like, it's a great movie. I super enjoyed it. But I do feel like I wanted to know more about Merida. Like, I wanted to see her go on more adventures and kind of see kind of more things unfold for her. So maybe there's going to be Brave 2 or a Brave 3 or a Braver. I don't know what they're going to call it. But this is kind of a song inspired by that movie. I knew a girl who ruled in black and white. The good and bad were always in her sight. And days would pass with sun so very bright, till one day the princess rain was no more. And run and run and run until they cannot see you. No one knows your name, and I will hold your secrets to my grave, and I will be the one to take your place. There once was light where now is only dark. There once was peace where now is only war. And time has moved and spun in all directions, till one day the princess rain was no more. And run and run till they cannot see you. And run and run till no one knows your name. And I will hold your secrets to my grave, and I will be the one to take your place. Sunbeams may come and go as they please, but the golden-haired princess must flee. Sunbeams may come and go as they please, but the golden-haired princess must till they cannot see you. And run till no one knows your name. And I will hold your secrets to my grave, and I will be the one to take your place. So yeah, that song was called Sunbeams. Both of those songs are unreleased. Actually, all of these songs are unreleased. So I'm going to be working on an EP later this year. I don't know where y'all were a year ago. You know, I can't believe we're over a year into this pandemic, and I was scheduled to actually come to the celebration last year right before, you know, everything shut down and it got canceled. So I'm so glad we're doing this. But just about a year ago, my husband and I had moved to Brooklyn, and he was starring in an off-Broadway play, and, you know, I got a retail job out there. We were like, all right, we're going to make this work. This is our new life. You know, I'm from SoCal, a longtime SoCal native. And so moving to New York was like a huge step. And as you all know, all of a sudden one day, literally everything shut down. I went from like a packed retail store to within an hour, it being a complete ghost town. And my husband and his castmates, they basically had to just clear out and pack up, and we were thrown back to California, and we quarantined in this small little Airbnb, and it was just really intense. To all of a sudden have all of our dreams kind of collapse on themselves. It was a type of loss that I don't think any of us have really experienced on this like collective level since maybe the 1918 Spanish flu. And obviously none of us were alive for that. Unless one of you were and you're a time traveler, then hello, welcome to the stream. And, you know, I think in the midst of that loss, there's a lot to process. And I don't know that many of us have had time to process it. A lot of you might have been switching to learning online, which I'm so glad I didn't have to do that. That's so challenging. I commend each and every one of you. Some of you may have had to go home and care for family members. And sadly, some of us have lost those of us who we love and care about. So it's been a really tremendously difficult year. And this next song is called Chasm. And I wrote it in the midst of just grief, of just not knowing if tomorrow would be any better, if there was a light at the end of this crazy, crazy tunnel. So yeah, this is for each and every one of you. If you just feel like you don't know if things are ever gonna get better. This is both relating to that and hopefully offering just a slice of hope, and also the understanding that it's okay to not be okay, which is a great Korean drama. So, yeah, this is for you. And who the hell am I to tell you with a sigh that it'll be alright? It came without a sound and suddenly surround every fiber of my being. Only a chasm next to me. Can I catch you by the teeth and pull you in for keeps? Hide you from the gods? Can I find you in the clouds? Or are you in the shroud, covered head to feet? Only a chasm next to me. To colors blue, an ache that won't conclude. All happiness was you. Thank you. That song gets me. I mean, sometimes, like, you know, you, as a singer-songwriter, sometimes I'll spend hours and hours crafting a song, you know, just like maybe days and weeks.
Okay.
And then some songs just kind of come to you, almost as if it's a gift from some other greater power. And this was one of those where my grandmother had just passed away. I was living in Ashland, or was basically taken out of my community, my bubble, like my support system, and I was kind of out on my own. And one day I was cooking in the kitchen and I was chopping onions, you know, which make you cry sometimes. I was chopping onions, and all of a sudden this melody came to me as if it already existed, as if this song already in its totality was somewhere just dropped into my lap and within 15 minutes. So in some ways, I find that this to myself, and one that I want to continue sharing. All right, guys. Well, I have one last song for you. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Priska. If you want to find more of my stuff, you can find it on Spotify. You can just search Priska, Priska, because I like to be a little cheeky with the K. And I also host a podcast. So if you've liked hanging out with me, I host a podcast with my really good friend Roxy, who's a director. It's called Two Horny Goats. We have really fun and interesting conversations about Asian American life, sexuality, food, all of it. So come and hang out with us. So this last song is a cover that you might be familiar with. I know Billie Eilish is like coming out with new music soon, and no one is more excited than me. Actually, that's excited than my husband is. We wait for her new music to come out. This is an old song of hers. I mean, she's only, like 18, so it's not that old, but this is called When the Party's Over. Don't you know I'm no you? I've learned to lose, you can't afford to. Tore my shirt to stop you bleeding. But nothing ever stops you leaving. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. Say I like it like that. Like it like, say I like it like that, like it like that. Don't you know too much already? Now I'll hurt you if you let me. Call me friend, keep me closer. Now call you when the play's over. Quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. And I could lie, say I like it like that, like it like that. Ooh, I say I like it like that. But nothing is better sometimes. Once we both said our goodbyes, let's just let it go. Let me let you go. And quiet when I'm coming home, I'm on my own. I can All right, y'all. I'm Priska. Thanks so much for having me, Chapman. I am so excited to be back again. And please have you guys are beautiful. Mwah, 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 mwah.
That was a wonderful performance by Priska. Thank you again, Priska. Wasn't that a wonderful performance, Ponchon? What a good dog. Anyway, up next, as we wind down the evening for you all, our next headliner is the winner of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 3, Raja Gemini. Raja is an artist of many tasks and talents. Her love for style, experimentation, and all things provocative has set her apart as an entertainer in the Southern California drag circuit for 20 years. She's often described as a chameleon because Raja prides herself on her constant evolution, with looks ranging from highly avant-garde to feminine and glamorous. Raja will be doing a Q&A today where she will be answering some long-awaited questions from our moderators and by you. So feel free to ask any burning questions you may have for Raja in the chat. And now we will throw it over to our moderators, Ali Chow and Zoe Rodriguez. Have a Raja awesome time. I'm sorry.
Secretary for APSA, and we were also the APIDA co-chairs last year, the APIDA that did not happen, sadly.
Yeah, and we are so happy to be here today with Raja. And we thought we could start today off with a little game. If you're not familiar, Raja is the host of a long-running series called Fashion Photo Review, where they look at every runway look from the episode of RuPaul's Drag Race that just aired and kind of review the fashion. So we thought we could play a little spin on that.
And we're gonna do this same game, but with Asian celebrities on the red carpet.
And for anyone who's unfamiliar, if we like the look, we toot it, and if we don't like it, we boot it.
Okay, so, oops, you can just, yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
Okay, celebrities on the red carpet photo review. First, we have Dev Patel at the 2017 Oscars. What are your thoughts on this, Raja?
My thoughts? Oh my God. Okay, I guess that's why we're here, right? This is what I do. But first of all, hi everyone. Thanks for watching. I'm so excited to be here. This is super fun. Okay, wait. We're gonna toot and boot. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar, toot is a good thing, boot is a good thing. And I don't even know who this person is, but wow, they're really sexy. Super sexy. And that suit is fitted beautifully. And I'm gonna toot this. Oh my God, what a gorgeous person.
Love Dev.
I'm one of those people who were like completely unfamiliar with celebrity. I'm like one of those people who could, I'll have to tell you the story about how I hung out with Ariana Grande for an entire afternoon and didn't know who the hell she was. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Love
and then when I got into the car, when my friends came and picked me up, because I didn't call an Uber, they came and picked me up and they're like, how did your day go? And I was like, I hung out with this girl. She's really cute. She was on Nickelodeon and she sings and stuff. And they're like, what's her name? I'm like, Ariana something. And they're like, Ariana Grande? And I was like, yeah, that's her name. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, you are an idiot. You have no idea who that is. I'm like, I don't. Now I do. Now I know who Ariana Grande is, and I went to see her in concert, and I enjoy her. So okay. I may not be familiar with celebrities, so I'm basically judging all of this just on how great and how hot this person looks, and they look great.
Okay, perfect. We'll see how many of these you can recognize.
Okay, let's try this. Yeah, now I gotta look up who that guy is. Ooh.
This is Philippa Sue at the 2016 Tonys. And Philippa was the original Broadway cast of Hamilton. She played Eliza.
Okay, I watched Hamilton once on, what is it, Disney Plus?
Yeah.
I did not know what was going on. They kept singing, and I was like, okay, I'm annoyed. But you know, being a queer person, a gay person in particular, I'm one of those gay queers who doesn't know much about Broadway. I saw The Lion King twice just because I like puppets. So anyway, this person looks very demure, and I love this outfit. It fits beautifully, sexy. Why don't we always have one leg sticking out? in every outfit, right? Just one is good. Like both are both are cute, but like when one leg shows, always adds the drama. And in my opinion, if there's any drama to an outfit, it is therefore a toot. Yeah. And also, I'm looking at these images in really small. Ooh, is that Bruno? Oh, I know who that is. That's Bruno Mars.
Okay, good. You know Bruno, but what do you think of his 2013 VMAs outfit?
First of all, I forgot that Bruno Mars was it Asian?
Yeah.
Like Filipino?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense, right? Because just of ambiguous race almost, right? I don't know. First of all, huge, giant crush. We all love Bruno Mars, and Bruno looks sexy and like a superstar, and like beautiful, white, bright, happy, clean teeth, like gorgeous, a toot.
Nice. His smile is amazing.
Yes.
Right? Oh yeah, smiles are dazzling. Oh God, that's Sandra Oh. Yeah, I know who Sandra. Yeah, that's an absolute toot. I mean, ruffle, unruffle, unruffle, nude on nude on nude. Give me more nudes, send nudes. I love this. This is all beiges and wonderful, and it has so much drama and volume and all of those things put together into one meal sandwich is a good thing for me. Love this whole visual excites me, and I have to have an emotional response to anything that I see visually, and this gives me feels, therefore it's a toot.
Same. We love Sandra. I love
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Killed it.
Yeah, I'm gonna change my last name to O. Also, like, oh yes. All right, who am I looking at?
Hassan Minhaj at the 2019 Peabody Awards ceremonies. You can comment on him and his wife's outfit if you would like.
Stunning, sexy, gorgeous, jewel tones, absolutely. Look at his beautiful wife. What a gorgeous couple.
One leg showing.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, there. See what I mean? Trend alert. One leg showing. Come on, let's all show one leg, even if you have to cut a leg off your pant. I give them a toot. They look gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, toot. I don't even know who that is. That's a toot. Oh, wait, that's Lucy Liu?
Yeah.
Okay, see the images. Oh, yeah. Diaphanous fabric as a cape, flowing, anything, all the time. Aside from showing one leg off, I say throw on a sheer poncho. You know, like who doesn't want, just in case wind blows on you, and you never know when those opportunities can happen as you're walking down the street. Just in case a breeze flies by you, you should always have a drapey cape, just in case.
We should wear more capes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Trend alert capes. Come on, everybody wear a cape.
One leg showing. Yeah, I think it's
This is fun. Okay.
Next is Jackie Chan at a special showing of Karate Kid.
Jackie Chan looks crazy. What is he? But I like it.
Okay.
It's monochromatic. It's tone on tone. It's all like these white with the white and cream situation. Safe, but still really cool. I love the very specific collar on it. Is very cool. I'm wearing an oversized jacket, but I don't even know if he meant to do that. I don't know. I mean, how do you even boot a legend? Jackie Chan's a legend. Come on, that's a toot. Yeah.
Amazing.
Karate Kid. You guys don't even remember the original Karate Kid. Who's that? She looks great. She looks fantastic. That is what I want to wear when I go to H Mart down the street and walk. You know what? You know when you go down H Mart and there's the aisle of just dumplings? That's what I want to wear.
This specific outfit. Okay.
Yeah. There must be dumplings on both sides, frozen. And I have to wear this outfit as I runway through the dumplings.
just makes sense. And then all the Asian grandmas are like, who is that?
Oh my God, she looks spectacular. I want that. I love pleats. I love gold. I love a boot. It's a toot. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, now Kumail Nanjiani at the 2019 Billboard Music Awards, toning it down a bit from the last one.
What was he up already?
No, this is a different comedian.
Okay, I'm just all I see. It's a small image, and this guy looks really hot. If he hit me up on Grindr, I would be like, yes, hi, sending you nudes now. I don't know. What a sexy person, but a very, very, very nondescript outfit. I'd say it's a toot. I'm not very. I'm an optimist when it comes to outfits. Like I try to think of what people are going through in their mind, and I guess this guy went for like a casual comfort. I like the idea of the white shoe contrasting the dark fabric of his outfit. Yeah, this guy gets a toot. He's sexy. Ooh.
Okay, and then Mindy Kaling at the 2010 Emmys.
First of all, obsessed Mindy Kaling always. Yes, and I like her like this kind of gives me like if you changed her face out, it could also be Helena Bonham Carter kind of vibes, like a Tim Burton red carpet. I don't know.
I really see that.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
You know what really kind of grabs me is the hairdo, because her hair is like very like when I first started drag in the early 90s, that was one of the aspirational hairstyles that we all wanted, was like an updo with the rolls and then like a thing in the front, like a thing, or you split it in half. But yes, all of this is a toot.
Amazing.
Got Mr. Henry Golding, the Crazy Rich Asians premiere.
He can get it. Yeah, he can totally get it. He is sexy as well. Wow. He looks like he has very clean fingernails, which is mostly attractive to me. I'm kind of like the dirty fingernail kind of attractive person. But he is sexy. I bet he looks like he smells great.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that statement.
I'll have to tell you a story about the time I worked at the Oprah Winfrey show, and I had to walk by her, and I literally sniffed her. Like I walked by and like really quickly, just like creepy though, I sniffed her. I went, because I wanted to know what like billions of dollars smelled like, and billions of dollars smell great.
Oh, I would imagine everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel
I bet
queens smell really good all the time. Yeah.
No, not all the time.
No, not all the time.
That is an illusion.
Okay.
That is part of the illusion, is that we all should look as if we smell great, but in actuality, probably not.
Well, let's move on to Lana Condor at the Costume Designer Guild Awards.
I need that outfit. So like if I was at H Mart in the gold outfit in the dumpling aisle, this is what I would wear to I'd wear that to my kitchen. Okay. I would just wear that. I would put that outfit on to go from my bedroom to my kitchen, and then go back and then change into something else to get my mail.
Yeah. You come home from H Mart, change out of the gold dress, then cook all the dumplings that you just bought in this dress.
Are you secretly spying on me? How did you even know? How did you know? And the fact that it says Campari back there makes me wish I had a Campari cocktail right now. That sounds so good. Bitters.
And let's go to the next one. Tan France at the GLAAD Awards.
Huge crush, first of all.
Yes,
fellow gray-haired, silver-haired Asian. I have a theory on why, because people have asked me, they're like, why is your hair silver or gray? And I'm like, well, it's because I became prematurely gray. And that is very common for Asians because our parents stress us out harder than everybody else's parents do. So exactly. I was probably silver gray at like 8. No, I'm kidding. I was like 15. So yeah, he's definitely, they're very sexy, and I would totally. They can get it.
Amazing.
That's a 2.
This next one is probably my favorite look that we chose.
Okay.
Gemma Chan.
Oh my God! Come on. That is the outfit that I plan on being cremated in when I die. First of all, that's yeah. I'll be on view in underneath a Swarovski glass coffin for about a month, and then eventually my corpse will be cremated in that outfit.
Oh yeah, just the best for you, obviously. This is a beautiful outfit, and that crown.
Oh my God.
I could look at this all day.
Yeah, I want to go to hell with Lil Nas in that outfit.
Oh yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much for playing that game, and we'll get into asking you questions now.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So you want to start us off with a question?
Yeah. So our first question is kind of about like your drag style and how you combine it with your culture and how you express your culture through your drag, and if there are any specific moments or anecdotes that you can like think of where you specifically felt like that was a really great time that I felt like I both showed my culture and like my art through drag.
Okay. Well, yeah. Oh, that's loaded because my mind immediately goes into this like, this whole like timeline of how I got to where I am today, and for those who don't know who I am, I do drag. I won RuPaul's Drag Race 10 years ago. And 10 years flies by very, very quickly, which means when 10 years ago, the two of you were toddlers, maybe.
Youngins, yes. We were
like 10, 11, something like that.
Years old. Yeah.
Okay, not toddlers, but
no.
But sort of adjacent, toddler adjacent.
Yeah. Just baby face, really.
Right. So I was on Drag Race like 10 years ago, and I never really thought about like how profound that role was going to be, because 10 years ago the scene of drag hadn't become the industry that it's become over the last 10 years. And I was just in a reality competition. I didn't even think about it as something that was profound or important racially. And so far in the franchise, other than the two that have won in Thailand and also I believe Priyanka in Canada, where I would be the first and at the moment the only Asian American winner of this competition. So I don't think I realized how important that was until after the fact, until I saw the show grow and I saw the visibility of drag queens and the role that we suddenly are taking as role models. I never thought I would be a role model of any sort, especially because, my life hasn't, my history in my life hasn't been one of a, let's say, pristine or sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That's my life, and but what I can say about that is that I have been able to sort of be a role model in the sense that I am living my life in truth, and very proudly. And I live my life with, surrounded by a very supportive group of people. So, but what I've enjoyed in this process in the last 10 years is getting to show those elements, the Asian side of me that has really influenced me to get to where I am today. I grew up in Bali in Indonesia. Well, I was born here in the US, moved to Indonesia when I was about age 3, and then returned to the US when I was somewhere between 9 and 10 years old. So the big chunk, formative childhood years of my life were spent in Bali. And if you know anything about Bali or that section of Indonesia, it's an island that is highly, highly spiritual. It's one that's so unique to the country because it's the only singularly Hindu island. The rest of the country is primarily Islamic. Indonesia has maybe number 1 or number 2 in population of Muslims in the world. And so I grew up in this very lush island where art, including dance, voice, painting, sculpting, you name it, is part of the culture. So I consider myself to be very lucky, and you see a lot of those little tastes of influence of my Asian background always, or a lot in the work that I do, because it's something that I'm very, very proud of, and I feel makes my experience and my story to tell quite unique so far. And I suppose we could dig into it even further, but that will have to happen when I eventually write a book or screenplay. If you know any writers, DM. But there's so many layers and tiers to this, and to how I got there. But I always try to add a little bit of Asia into what I do. I always throw a little shrimp paste in it and spice. It's got to be spicy, and it's got to have a little stink to it.
Yeah, we're seasoned. Seasoned, yeah, exactly.
We are the most seasoned of sections in the world, really. I mean, all seasonings come from Asia, really. Let's all be honest about that. Spices, seasonings, Asians.
Exactly. Yeah, well, continuing with Asian representation in drag, how have you really felt supported by others within the APIDA community for doing drag, and do you feel a sense of community with other APIDA drag queens?
Oh God, you know what? I feel like, well, at least under the Drag Race umbrella, there's not very many of us. So immediately we all sort of gravitate to each other and kind of nudge each other, like, "Hey, Asian sis," But support, yeah, definitely. I think I see it a lot more now. I see, people are always mentioning it more, because I think many people have forgotten. There's if you watch Drag Race, when Kim Chi was on, they're like, "Ooh, Kim Chi should win because she would be the first Asian American to win." I'm like, "Wait, me."
Yeah.
And it was it wasn't like I even had to say it. It was the internet who put that into reality. They're like, "Wait, there's Raja won season 3, and Raja's an Asian." So I definitely see a lot of support on social media. All the comments that I see coming specifically from Indonesia always kind of warms me, because I'm like, wow, I've made it to, like, where I'm from and who I am, and people of my actual culture recognize me as a role model and even a hero. So I'm like, that's pretty damn cool. And whenever I get to travel and I meet other Asian performers, I do get some recognition from them, and they're always very appreciative of what I've done and what I've sort of contributed. So I do think there's a lot of support. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to move on to a question from the audience now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a question we received in advance, and it's, recently there's been a lot of controversy over cultural appropriation, especially in fashion. For example, Orientalism. What are your thoughts on BIPOC culture being used as a fashion aesthetic?
I might be a little controversial but this is my personal opinion. Okay, this is not one that is that I don't speak on behalf of everyone, but I know that I own a passport and I have traveled around the world, and one of my favorite things to do is to go to particularly culturally important places where people sell certain artifacts that you can only buy in those countries or in those places. And they are, they're sold and they're encouraged by the country or the culture for people to buy. So I'm not afraid to wear a Mexican serape or a thing. I bought it. I bought it in Mexico, and I supported the culture, and I'm not there to make fun of it. So in my opinion, it's, if you're not making fun of it or you're downgrading it, I feel like it's most of the time pretty fine. If you put support and recognition into a certain culture, I'm a big supporter of it. There were many moments, and of course this was 10 years ago, so the conversation of cultural appropriation really happened for me because I was accused of it quite a bit, and now I know differently, because over 10 years our conversations have definitely changed and we have a different awareness to this. So so again, my views and my history can be a little bit controversial. I'm definitely learning through the process, but I'm also not one of those people who immediately has a knee-jerk reaction just because someone decides to put a chopstick in their hair. I'm not going to call them out on it. Chopsticks hold your hair up very nicely. You can't immediately accuse someone of appropriating just because of a function, and because they do look beautiful in your hair. It does add a sense of the exotic, maybe, and that's kind of a bad word these days too. We don't, so I don't know. It depends on how the delivery of the message is, right? But I can see where it can be problematic. I can see where we're taking advantage of culture to make money and not putting the money back into it, or any of the recognition and support back into the culture, is very problematic. But I'm not one to immediately get mad,
Okay.
Yeah, right? Is that fair enough to say? I mean,
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, if you're not being disrespectful, then you're celebrating a culture and not just taking advantage of it. I think that that's okay.
Yeah.
Right. There's one outfit that I wore on Drag Race where it was a tribal look or a tribal theme, and everyone had different interpretations of it. They're like, oh wow, you're being African. Oh wow, you're doing apocalypto Mayan culture. Oh wow, you're doing this. And I'm like, actually, nothing that I was wearing on that outfit came from Africa or South America or Central America. Everything I was wearing on my body, for the most part, I bought when I was in Beijing and Shanghai. So technically I was wearing down to the jewelry, the big silver discs I had in my ear, and the skirt that I had, the multi ringed necklace, all from this place called the Dirt Market that I went to in Beijing, which essentially was like a mile long flea market, and people came down from the mountains to sell all these beautiful wares, this jewelry, this clothing, and I just wore it for color and texture, and I interpreted it as something completely different, and people were quick to accuse me of appropriation. I'm like, seriously, all those things are from China. They were all made in China.
Yeah.
So it really is all about interpretation, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
And it reminds me of the conversation they just had on season 13 in the makeover episode. So.
Really? Did they talk about that? I missed that. I must have missed that episode.
Yeah, with Simone and Utica.
Oh, right. But you know what? I appreciated that Utica was sensitive enough to discuss it. Because I think that's the important part. That's the learning lesson that we all have to realize, is to just take a break and say, hey, you know what? Am I doing something that's crazy and offensive? Or just to have the conversation, to me, is the most important part. Rather than immediately, accusing and jabbing and throwing negativity into it. Have the conversation first before we get angry about things.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah. The next question I had for you, it's kind of broad, but how do you think being Asian has impacted your time in the industry, whether it's drag or your time at Top Model or with makeup, anything? How do you think that's impacted your time?
You know what? I'm not really sure that the fact that I am Asian has made I'm not sure that has ever been an issue, is what I think what I'm trying to express here. I think that in America, I think that there's like levels of like who are discriminated the hardest, and Black people, of course, that are at the top. And somehow I ended up on this like somewhere in between marginal thing where they're like, and it hasn't affected me. So there's a part of me, admittedly, I will admit to everyone that there's a part of me that still feels a slight sense of privilege because I never had to experience my life as a Black person in America. So being an Asian until now has been kind of like that middle ground where you're kind of like, okay, people think that you're smart and that you're good at math. They think our food is stinky, but they do think that we're good at certain things and we're not. That's how we're sort of looked at. There's a weird hierarchy that shouldn't actually exist, but I don't think that impact or that the importance of me being Asian has really been as important as now. Like I really I really feel like that right now is the moment for me to really show that off even more than I already have in the past. Does it sound right?
Yeah, of course. No, and I definitely feel that, especially now more than ever. It's definitely something important and something that's becoming more relevant as we see past.
But as an Asian, I've been able to go into my work in whatever careers that I've taken. I was a makeup artist for a long time and drag. All of my influence have definitely found their way into my work. I have a different understanding of how of aesthetics, of what beauty looks like, and how to kind of interact with different cultures. And so that I've always been able to impart and inject a little, it's just who I am. So therefore you get what you get, and being an Asian is a big part of who I am. So whether I realize it or not, I'm sure that I've definitely been able to impart some of that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, our next question for you is, how would you characterize the power of drag and what makes you continue like participating in the art of drag?
Well, I am a visual person. I love theatrics. I love drama. And that will always be. I love showbiz. I love the stage. I love lights. I love anything visual stimulates me. So I think that is very, very important, and I will always be a part of it. What was the actual question again? I just kind of lost my brain here for a second.
Like, how would you characterize the power of drag, and then
the power?
Yeah.
Right. Well, the power of it. I mean, we're seeing the power of drag really show itself in 2021. Like I said, it's an industry now. For the past few years, there's a convention that I make a lot of money at, just sitting there, and that would have never existed almost 30 years ago when I first started doing this. So there's definitely power in it, and I think the actual power of it is how we are able to play with gender and make people sort of question their identity in a little bit, whether it be their sexuality or their gender identity, or it just kind of makes you, it stimulates you. There's a part of you that is titillated and also slightly uncomfortable by it. So anytime that loses its power is probably when I'm going to stop doing it for a living, and I don't think that'll ever happen. I think humanity itself, in every culture, plays with gender, and I think it's really important for us to have those conversations. And I think that doing drag queens, drag performers are catalysts in starting those conversations and making people really think about their own identity.
Yeah, of course. Let's see. I wanted to ask another question from the audience that I thought was kind of fun. Let's see, where did it go?
Pineapple on pizza. I want to know that one.
Oh, you want to know that one? Okay,
Yeah.
You can ask that one.
You're asking, pineapple on pizza, how do you feel?
It depends on how much weed I've smoked.
Okay.
I don't mind it. I actually don't mind it. It's not the first thing that I would order in a pizza. Like, I'm not like, oh, I crave pizza. Please put a pineapple on it. Like, no. I'm a total. I wish I could be a vegan. I often eat vegan food, but I'm one of those people who goes for like the meat lovers, and then like a shit ton of sriracha on top. So that's how I eat pizza, and then maybe a little ranch too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm starving right now, by the way.
Well, you get to grab some dinner after this. Cheryl asks, is there another animated show besides The Simpsons that if you could cameo in, would you?
Oh, well, I never thought The Simpsons was going to happen at all. So I'm still sort of like, feeling that high of being able to be on that. That was a few years ago, but I don't know if there was an actual animated show that I would like to be on, but I would like to be an actual character in like a princess movie.
Ooh, that would be so fun.
Okay.
Maybe a villain, or like or an evil step parent. I always wanted to play a very vicious villainous person. I think that would be fun. But an animated villainous Raja, absolutely.
Yeah.
Who do we talk to? Who do we call?
Disney?
Find somebody.
Yeah, call Disney.
Hey Disney, are you watching? Anybody here from Disney?
I feel like I'd be a really good animal sidekick.
Animal sidekick.
Yeah.
Oh, like a friendly animal sidekick, or like
like a little lizard.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like Flounder in The Little Mermaid, or like the cricket or dragon in Mulan, or like right. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Our next question is from Elizabeth, and she asks, what are your thoughts on progress or lack thereof in representation in fashion, APIDA models, designers, etc.? What are some ways we can move towards better representation?
Well, I certainly don't think there's enough. There are really strong names that people immediately go to, Asian designers, and, Alexander Wang, Guo Pei, in my past, Anna Sui, but not enough, not nearly enough. And I am doing my best as a person who loves fashion and has, and as a person who is a public figure, to do as much supporting as I can and use my visibility to show off some of the newest and most upcoming designers, especially under the Asian, under the Asian umbrella. I have one of my favorite designer people, new friends that I've met because of Instagram and because of social media, is a fellow named Harry Halim, who's Indonesian and based out of Jakarta. And we've become friends, and I wear, he's sent me beautiful gifts and multiple pieces, and I love promoting his work because that's my people. And my people are very talented, and Harry's a very talented, innovative designer, and I am doing my best to keep the conversation with him going, along with other designers. I think it's time. I think it's nice to see a little bit more than before, but it's not nearly enough. There's definitely more Asians being represented in the modeling world than I'd ever seen before, and so that makes me happy. But more.
More is better. More is better.
More. Absolutely more.
Let's see. We have another fan question from Teresa. And do you have a favorite Disney princess or Disney villain?
Oh my God, that's so hard. That's the hardest question I've ever been asked. No, I'm kidding. Favorite Disney princess is wow, that's a tough one. Okay, Pocahontas first. She's a princess, right? Yeah, she's a princess. Yeah. Pocahontas, because I look closest to her, right? Mm-hmm. Tall, slender, long dark hair when I wear a long dark wig, and I've done Pocahontas as a number, Colors of the Wind, over the years. But really, my actual top favorite, because I am a Disney fanatic and I'm also an illustrator, and I loved Walt Disney when I was growing up, is Snow White, because Snow White is the first feature animated film ever. So all of the technology and animation and painting is all, it was groundbreaking for its time. And so that's why I love it. That's why I love Snow White. And the Queen of Snow White is also my favorite villain, because of her beautiful makeup, and like her eyebrow aesthetics like changed my life as a toddler. So
what do you think of Angelina Jolie's like live action?
Like Maleficent? Yeah, I love that too. Yeah,
different movie. I'm confused.
What were you trying to say?
I thought that was the live action Snow White, but that is not a thing. You can ignore me.
No, I love, like I said, that's a very difficult question because I'm a big Disney fanatic. So yeah, and Snow White would be my favorite film and princess, just because she was the first of like the technology of animation, which I love.
Yeah. So then now we're kind of wondering, like, long term, how have you seen the drag scene in LA and Southern California kind of change and evolve?
Oh wow, have I ever? Like I said, I was on TV when you guys were toddler adjacent. So that means by the time I got on TV, I had already experienced almost 20 years of drag, and I have watched it evolve quite a bit. First of all, there's a lot more of it. When I was first starting out, it was a very niche group of people, and as a queer person, being a drag queen wasn't something that you would look at as something that you would find attractive. If you decided that you were going to be a good drag queen, you can count on just realizing that you were going to be single. It wasn't something that that people were attracted to and wanted to be in a relationship. And in fact, it was probably thought of as almost disgusting. It's like, oh God, you're dating a drag queen. What do you want to date a woman? That's gross, And so that conversation has definitely changed over decades. And it's great to see more drag happening. It's great to see a lot of people experimenting in drag. It's great to see all sorts of different representation. And drag is now genderless too. It used to be something that was really only for cis identifying gay dudes, to dress up like girls, or people of trans experience, and it was very much, again, it was a very niche thing, and now it is an industry. It's huge. It's everywhere. I can count, pre-COVID, on any given night, knowing that in Southern California, there was at least 4 to 5 really successful drag shows going on per night. So when I was growing up, it wasn't like that. There was the show that you did in the Valley. There was that one show that you did over in West Hollywood. And there's another show that you did in Orange County. And now it's different. Now there's a Hamburger Mary's to go to. There's the Abbey. There's Mickey's. There's all these places that you can go see drag shows. You can even see a drag show at a fucking library if you wanted to at 11 o'clock in the morning. Some drag queen's going to be some drag queen's going to be there sitting there reading a book to kids. I'm just saying, there's a lot of it. There's, drag is, it's not going away. It's something that is only growing and becoming more powerful. And we're changing the conversation about it now. It involves different genders and different gender identities. It's not just the gay guys that get to do it anymore. It's everyone can do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, for our final question of the night, and to kind of wrap
that's it.
Up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We could talk all night.
Yeah,
we could. I forgot. I forgot that other people were watching. I feel like we're just like FaceTiming.
But we wanted to leave off with, what kind of impact do you want to have, and how do you see your legacy?
Oh God. Well, listen, I can only give what I give, and ultimately, if I can do anything to inspire people to break out of their boxes and shells and experiment and broaden their horizons, If I can help people change their minds on negative views of queer people or drag queens or whatever you want to call it, if I can be a person who can promote that and help in that process, and one of my biggest fears in life is that I will die and people will forget me and not know that I ever existed. So I am going to do my best to leave the best imprint, most colorful imprint, with textures and sounds and flavors. I want people to remember me. So let's all hope we don't die tonight. Until that day happens, I'm going to do whatever I can to not only entertain myself, but entertain the huge audience that is now global for me.
What type of impact do you think you've already had with your career?
I think I'm doing good so far. I think I'm on that road. If I'm not already I'm reaching the top of that beautiful pinnacle of recognition, and I'm very optimistic about what's ahead for me. I feel like I'm always conjuring up new plans and ideas in my head, and I just plan on aging, inspiring people and wearing the coolest outfits I can possibly think of. And I hope to leave a legacy of fuck it all. Everything's gonna be fine. Just have fun, enjoy life, appreciate each other, respect everyone, respect each other, that's probably the simplest and most, but very honest answer.
Yeah. Do you have anything upcoming, new projects or something?
Gonna hit me in the face.
I'm very sorry, but
don't hit each other, you guys.
We
no
do.
hitting.
Okay. Anything you want to shout out, tell everyone about that we should look forward to?
Well, if no one's watched my newest music video, it's called Shoes, which just came out, which is a remake of a song called Shoes by Kelly, which was one of the very first viral YouTube videos that ever happened 15 years ago. And I did a sort of duet with him. But really, I love doing music, and I love doing the videos for the art part. I love creating the videos because of the film aspect of it, and we were able to shoot that during COVID with the specific intention of showing what 2020 was like. And I think the job of an artist is to always reflect the time. That's a Nina Simone quote. That is your only job, is to tell a story and to tell the story of the time that you lived in. And so if no one's watched that yet, definitely go look up Shoes on YouTube. And but you know what, I am chugging along. I am really excited to see things starting to lighten up again, because I've been sitting on so many ideas for an entire year, and I am just ready to do them. I'm ready to kind of explore all those areas of visual arts that I think I'm good at, and show those off. And so that could include music, it could include more videos, it could include me designing, it could include me doing some more TV stuff. I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm just going to go day to day, and I'm going to figure it out. And I know that there's a lot of cool stuff ahead. So
yeah, amazing. Well, we look forward to whatever you do next.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys following me on Instagram already?
Yeah,
yes, of course.
All right. Make sure that you say hi and be like, yay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here. We've had such a great time, talking with you and getting to know a lot more about your experiences.
Yeah, and you can't see it, but the chat loves you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah. And I also told you how I sniffed Oprah and ignored Ariana Grande for an entire day.
Yes.
Wow. You guys got a lot out of me. You guys definitely got a lot out of me.
Yeah.
It was lovely talking to you. So I hope that soon enough that we can all go and do fun Asian things like get boba tea or
Yes.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Dress in the H Smart dumpling aisle.
Exactly. Crazy.
Well,
totally normal.
yeah, we're
yeah,
gonna wear gold. We're gonna wear
absolutely,
gold pleated lame outfits in the dumpling aisle at H Mart. See you there.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, you guys. Can I press leave meeting now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, tell everyone, I can't see anything, but tell everyone that's watching, I love them. Follow me on Insta, and thank you so much for watching, and big hugs when we're all allowed to.
Yes.
Thank you
so much.
Okay. Bye, leaving meeting. Bye, guys.
All right, thank you Zoe and Ali for your commentary, and thank you Raja, of course, for your insightful wisdom into the world of drag, as well as Oprah sniffing. Next up, we have the legendary music duo McKenna, a band that I mispronounced for a very long time. The Los Angeles-based writer-producer duo has worked with artists such as Anderson .Paak's band, Far East Movement, and more, while amassing more than 23.4 million music streams and touring across North America and Europe to sold-out crowds. That's a lot of people. Comprised of producer and multi-instrumentalist Ken Nana and rapper-vocalist Mike B, McKenna is cultivating what can be best described as a sonic excursion with their electro R&B style that blends genres and fuses together retro-futuristic sounds for a blissful escape rooted in nostalgia. Also, for you film bros out there, they were inspired in their style by movies like Drive and Blade Runner, and I don't think I could host this stream without saying that, because I just be like that sometimes. But anyways, without further ado, we present to you McKenna.
Hi, we're gonna play some tunes. Let's get it. Crazy. Rock. Like a mirage in the desert, I'm always stuck in illusion. I can't keep on falling for you. You're just here to play your games. Think that my mind's playing tricks on me. I come alive when you're next to me. I can't let you take control. Smoking mirrors till you glow through the fire. Sun rising from the ashes like a phoenix, burning through my eyes. I can't see. One night is all it takes to make you set me free in your gravity. 'Cause all it took was one. All it took was one. All it took was one. All it took. Eye to eye, no surprise, no deny. I don't wanna get to know you, girl. Hold the silence, don't speak your mind. No time, I just wanna clean sweep, pulling me under tropical thunders, hot as the summer. Lost in your orbit, in your element like Corbin Dallas. Multi-passports just to hold your status. All-time highs, still fly low. Clothes come off when the lights dim low. Yeah, free flow, free souls with free goals, free of minds. Drop blinds, let it go. All it took was one. All it took was one. All it took was one. Yeah, all it took was tonight. So surprising, so denied. I don't wanna get to know you, girl. I'm decided, yeah, don't speak your mind. No time, I just wanna get to know you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Yeah. This is our new single, Heartbreak Highway. Yeah. Ooh. Can't keep holding on. I wish you the best. I'ma take control. Now I hit the road. Heartbreak highway, we gon' switch lanes. Can't have your way. I know you feel the same. Yeah, but you know I do. Yeah, same way that I do. Know that it's best for both of us. We're gonna find this thing called love. We're gonna get through this thing fast. I'm at 160 on the dash. Say goodbye, yeah. Say goodbye, yeah, to the past. I'm moving on, baby. Can't say a word from you. And the lazy loving highway across the Shout out Naomi. Yeah. 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 Check. Cold cut, fresh fade, grown up. I'ma take all day, no rush. Live life, suit tie, boss up. Bring the heat, let it be, floss up. Put the same retro gleam in the caddy. Every time you see me, you gon' see me with a baddie. Don't be mad cause I'm feeling real happy. I'm just doing real fine if you ask me. I keep it low key, making hovering moves. I'm just doing everything that I'm supposed to do. Can't take my time to get over you. Nah, the show must move and groove on. When I get around to drop the top down, that means easy to breathe, build a new heart. Been through the long and I feel like this. Gonna ride till dawn till the daylight hits. Yeah. Yeah. One-on-one, you know it's for sure. Stay classy like you Santiago. Yeah, I only call when I need you. Yeah, I haven't been in a while, so drifting off for no destination. Rolling sun is blowing off the PCA. Don't worry about the EPA. I don't mind if you smoke, I lay back and I zone. Girl, you know that I don't wanna desert you. You wanna have it your way, yeah. You want something more official, yeah. I said we just keep it the same. Count it off, hey. She move, she one time. She move, she two times. She move, on three. Look, hey. She 1, 2, 3, get it. Moon and stars on our way. You and foreign. Moon and stars on our way. Yeah. You and foreign. Tell me what you're waiting for. Tell me what I've got to prove with you. Yeah. My head in the clouds and soaking up sun. I'm racking up mileage. Top is down, cruising, speeding through PV. Heighten my senses just to feel seasons. I can smell perfume, I can smell recent. High beyond lenses, hopping out, beaming, shining. You in your prime, you better with age, girl, don't look at the time. Let me unwind with you, get in wine for two. Look at the size of you, let it go. Girl, you know that I don't wanna desert you. You wanna have it your way. You want something more official. I said we just keep it the same. Get to it, kid. Get it. Woo. I need everybody at home with their hands up like this. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Top down, cruising with you, got maneuver. some mileage with you.
Hey. Yeah. This whole COVID thing sucks, doesn't it? Oh. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I've been on you, I've been on you. I've been up thinking I should come through. Tell you no frontin', riding on fumes. I could feel something vibing off you. I've been on you, I've been on you. I've been up thinking you should come through. Tell me no frontin', you'll be on fumes. You could feel something vibing off you.
Fiesta, fiesta. Maybe we should siesta. Your dress is on pesto, hair on Morocco, yeah. In town for the weekend, yeah. No time for that playing hard to get. So drop your ego. Can't nobody hold you, trust me. Can't nobody love you like me. Put your thing down, flip it and reverse it for me. Slow motion with the friction while we burning the grease. I can tell up in a minute I'll be earning the keys. Hold up, yeah. Got my hands up on your 10 and 2 swerve. We pull up on you, make you do work. She said 302, that's the room number. You know I'll be there.
I've been on you, I've been up thinking I should come through. Tell me no frontin', riding on fumes. I could feel something vibing off you. I've been on you, I've been on you. I've been up thinking you should come through. Tell me no frontin', you'll be on fumes. You could feel something vibing off. Tell me you'll be on you. I just want you here with me. Tell me you'll be on you. I just want you here with me.
We could move somewhere remotely when the sun is down. I hit the signal just to let you know I'm coming over. Like, do you copy? Meet me in the lobby in like 25. Hit me with the addy to that rendezvous. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? C'est soir. Yeah, you moved up in from Brooklyn, but stop. That's hot. You got them access in your frame, good God, cause that body got me thinking up in places in my mind that I shouldn't. Gorgeous, Penelope, cruising through vanilla skies. I can feel your energy, girl. I can see it in you, she said. See you soon when you come to the room. Close the door, baby, we can resume. Let's get it on.
I've been on you, I've been up thinking I should come through. Tell you no frontin', riding on fumes. I could feel something vibing off you. I've been on you, I've been on you. I've been up thinking you should come through. Tell me no frontin', you'll be on fumes. You could feel something vibing off. Tell me you'll be on you. I just want you here with me. Tell me you'll be on you. Yeah. I just want you here with me. Yeah.
Still got it. We still got it, bro. Last song for the evening. Yeah. Yeah. Song's dedicated to anybody going through it in a particular relationship or trying to let things go. Yeah.
I can't make you want to love me the way I do. Yeah. You can't make me want to love you the way I do. Yeah.
Used to pop that booty like a pro. Used to love it when I hit it from the back like that. Used to do it 3 times in a row. No, you do remember that right there. Yeah. Now you blowing me up on the phone, telling me that I've been gone for way too long. You can leave a message on the tone. Sorry, but I need to be alone right now, yeah. Know that I miss you, not trying to diss you. That's not the issue right now. Can't be with you, even though I know I really need you right now. know that I miss you. Not trying to diss you, that's not the issue, right? Can't be with you, even though I know that I really need you. I can't make you want to love me the way I do. Yeah. And you can't make me want to love you the way I do. Again, we go by the name of McKenna. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm Mike, this is Ken. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And go listen to the music.
Wow. Thank you, McKenna, for that awesome set. And if you want to find McKenna on social media, you can follow us on Instagram. We'll have all of the performers for tonight on there. We've tagged them all. And remember, if you want to buy these awesome APIDA celebration stickers, just Venmo Chapman APSA, $4 for each sticker, and we will shout you out right here on stream. And a little history about the sticker. The little dog you see, little Shiba Inu, this is Panchan. He has been our mascot for quite a few years now. He's super cute. We have a life-size doll of him as well, and he's fantastic, and it would mean a lot to him if you bought a sticker. And of course, again, these are glow in the dark, so that's pretty cool. You don't see those every day. Now, we're almost done with the APIDA celebration, so we have one more performer left. Last but not least, we'd like to bookend our amazing lineup of performers with a returning headliner, Will J. Will J is a 24-year-old singer-songwriter from Studio City, California, and is a former member of a boy band named I Am 5, which performed more than 200 shows around the United States and Canada. In 2020, Will J released a few singles, which ultimately led to his first full-length album release on June 18th, Perfectionist. Since its release, Perfectionist has already amassed over 3,320,000 streams on Spotify, and the song Lies has inspired the creation of over 20,000 videos on TikTok. Will J has come a long way since his last appearance at APIDA Celebration, and we can't wait to see what he has in store for us tonight. Without further ado, we present Will J.
Hi, Chapman University and the APITA communities. My name is Will J, and I'm coming to you live, or not live, from my home. I'm so grateful and honored to have this opportunity to perform. Obviously, this year has kind of put a damper on a lot of things, and as a musician, it's kind of killed every opportunity I have to perform. So this really means the world to me to be able to do this, even from the comfort of my own living room, to play some music for you guys, and very, very excited and grateful to do this. So let's get into it. This first song was strongly requested, and it kind of speaks on my experience as an Asian American, particularly in the entertainment industry. I wrote it a few years ago at the peak of the kind of whitewashing controversy in Hollywood, and it's really cool to see how far we've come as a society, and there's still a ways to go, but it's kind of fun to sing this song now and know that we're making progress and steps in the right direction. So this song is called Leading Man.
How do I lose out to a guy who's average at best, a face that's easy on the eyes, but a name you'll soon forget? He's just more of the same, so let me take his place. That should be me, and you know I'll never let you down, never let you down. If you give a guy a chance, and he'll only let you down, only let you down. You best believe that I'm your leading man.
So let me tell you, I can do it all. I walk on the wire, anything that your heart desires. And to be frank, I'm cool like Sinatra, the kind of guy you take home to mama. Try me out, I swear I'll deliver. Soon you'll see in me there's a future. So pay attention, I paid all my dues. I'm what you're looking for, nice to meet you. Albeit the guys, they're so interchangeable. Little talent, yeah, but you know that's debatable. Toss it to the left, irreplaceable. And put your money on me, I'm bankable. Don't count me out, I guarantee that I'll make you fall in love with me. What am I doing wrong? Waiting for too long, too long. Cause I'll never let you down, never let you down. If you give a guy a chance, and he'll only let you down, only let you down. You best believe that I'm your leading man. Said you best believe that I'm your leading man. I've been stuck in the background, always kept my head down, cause I was admiring you from afar. No more, no more. Been stuck in the background and always kept my head down. I need a big break, don't you go breaking my heart. Cause I'll never let you down, never let you down. No, 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 he'll only let you down, only let you down. Oh, 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 oh. Cause I'll never let you down, never let you down. If you give a guy a chance, and he'll only let you down, only let you down. You best believe that I'm your leading man. No, 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 no. Said you best believe that I'm your leading man. Da 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 da. Oh, 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 oh. Said you best believe that I'm your leading man.
Thank you. That's always a fun one. So this next song, I actually just put out about a couple weeks ago, and I wrote the song about kind of the nostalgia of moving out of your childhood home and how it kind of can send you into a bit of a nostalgic tailspin because you wonder like who lives there now and if they're treating it as nicely as you did. And yeah, I hope you enjoy it. This is the house I used to call home.
It was here on this floor that I learned to crawl, and I took my first steps in the upstairs hall. Crazy back then, now it seems so big to me. I can still see the marks on the closet door. Mom and Dad started measuring me at 4. That was always my favorite spot for hide and seek. So to whoever lives sitting next, I've only one request. Promise me that you'll take care of the place that knew me best. Pack my memories and go, so you'll have room to make your own. Just be good to the house that I used to call home. There's the window where I would sneak out at night, and my first kiss right under the back porch light. When she broke my heart, didn't leave my room for weeks. 18, backing out of the driveway, even though everything was about to change. It'd be there at the end of the street, waiting for me. So to whoever lives here next, I've only one request. Promise me that you'll take care of the place that knew me best. Pack my memories and go, so you'll have room to make your own. Just be good to the house that I used to call home. Now I've gathered my things in a cardboard box. Found the old blanket I thought was lost. It's the last time that I feel this floor under my feet. As I'm leaving, this house never looks so small to me.
Thank you. Yeah, that one's a bit of a doozy. So this next song is unreleased, and I thought I would try it out. This song is kind of came from a similar place of that last song. I was feeling very nostalgic and, you know, feeling like time is speeding up very quickly and looking around and not really recognizing my surroundings. And I wrote this song about my parents, and it's called Please Don't Get Any Older. And I think the title says it all. So I hope you enjoy.
I had to help you with the Christmas lights this year. I've never had to do that. Getting on the roof was kind of weird. Looked down at you and knew that you're gonna need me more and more. You're not as strong as you were before, and it breaks my heart that I have to worry about yours. Let the whole world change, as long as you stay the same. Oh, please don't get any older. Please don't get any older. I'm not ready to take care of you. Oh, please don't get any older. Please don't. When did you have to start dyeing your hair? Pretend that I don't notice as I'm helping you out of your chair. Like watching you in slow motion. You're gonna need me more and more. I hope you know that's what I'm here for. But it breaks my heart that I have to worry about yours. Let the whole world change, as long as you stay the same. Oh, please don't get any older. Please don't get any older. I'm not ready to take care of you. Oh, please don't get any older. Please don't get any older. Till we realize how to slow down time. Please don't get any older. Wait till I'm a little older.
Thank you. Rough. Emotionally. So I put out an album last year called Perfectionist, and it kind of centered around my insecurities and dark thoughts that I have about how I'm perceived and wanting to be perfect in every aspect of my life. And this was the first song I put out of the project, and it's called Lies. And it says it all. I told lies in a lot of areas of my life, and it's nice to kind of be in a place where I feel like I'm seeking the truth more and not just, the lies, that I told and speaking the truth, but just living it a little more. And, but I got a good song out of it. So the song is called Lies.
I wrote a song about being broke. It kinda started out as a joke. I didn't go to college, what would I know about student loans? Just wanted you all to relate to me, but most of my songs aren't true. I faked heartbreak, I didn't go through. Even when I told you I'd never been in love, I already was. Just wanted you all to relate to me. I don't mean to mislead you, I promise. So uncomfortable being dishonest stuff. And I think I just realized I would say anything to come off a little more interesting. That's why I tell lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lie. It's like when I tell myself if I ignore these thoughts, they'll go away. And my toxic friends will change. Truth is I hate confrontation. Deal with it tomorrow, cause there's nothing I can do. That's my favorite excuse, feeding my procrastination. I'll be happy when I've had success. Is that my way to admit I'm depressed? My therapy's retail. If it's on sale, I pay the price and call that happiness. And I think I just realized I would do anything to keep hiding the pain I've been burying. And that's why I tell lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Over and over I keep on repeating until it all sounds like the truth to me. Covered them up like I'm putting out fires. Last thing I want is for you to think I'm alive. And that's why I tell lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. Lie, 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 lies. That's why I tell lie, 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 lies. 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 I don't mean to mislead you, I promise. So uncomfortable being dishonest. And I think I just realized I would say anything to come off a little more interesting. And that's why I tell lies.
Thanks. So this next song was also off that album, and it came from a very low place where I was feeling like nobody was giving me not even the accolades, but just like nobody was paying any attention to what I was doing artistically, and feeling like, you know, at that point I'd been 8 years deep in the industry, and, you know, not to tie in my experience as an Asian American in the industry, but, you know, I'd walk into a room and somebody would say, you know, I don't really see it for you here. Maybe you should try in Asia. Maybe you should, you know, go somewhere else and start there. And that was just the constant that I was getting. And I'm sure a lot of other Asian Americans in the industry can relate to that, feeling like, oh, there isn't somebody who looks like us, you know, on the top of the charts, or so maybe there isn't a path for us here. And it's been really cool to see so much change in the last few years. And again, long way to go. But yeah, it is nice to see steps in the right direction. And even me personally, I'm in a much better place now than I was when I wrote this song. But it still holds a very special place in my heart. So this is By Now.
I don't talk to anyone from high school, 'cause I dropped out freshman year. Signed a record deal and made an album no one's ever gonna hear. Now they've all graduated college. I never left the studio. Memories of half my life are missing. I still haven't written anything you know. But I'll keep breaking my own heart and finding ways to make it up. I'm still not where I wanna be. So what more do you want from me? I should have been somebody by now. I should have been somebody by now. Not a damn thing's changed. Another year goes by, no one knows my name. Well, I should have been somebody. Since I was 5, I never stopped performing. Even when my dad got sick, I stayed behind, my family moved to Houston for one more fucking show that I just couldn't miss. I've sacrificed more than enough, and after everything I've done, I'm still not where I wanna be. So what more do you want from me? I should have been somebody by now. I should have been somebody by now. Not a damn thing's changed. Another year goes by, no one knows my name. Well, I should have been somebody. I could have been somebody.
Ooh, another emotional one. Damn. Sorry. So this next song is the last song I'll play off of that album, which, if you haven't listened to, it's on all streaming platforms. I'm in the midst of working on a second one that I'm going to put out this year, so not to fret. There's plenty of music coming your way. But this song is called Talking to Myself, and I wrote it after a friend and I were kind of just talking about life, and he asked me for advice, and I was kind of giving him my thoughts, and in the back of my mind I was thinking, oh, these are all things I just would tell myself that I need to hear for my current life situation. And I wrote a song about it, so this is Talking to Myself.
Damn, this conversation got deep. I hope something I said made you feel better. You've been so open with me, bet you must think that I have it together. No, I still don't have a clue, though it comes off like I do. You say I'm being modest, but if you think that I'm alright, cause I'm the one with the advice, well, if we're being honest, I'm talking to myself, talking to myself. Even though you're someone else, I'm just talking to myself. And it's like I'm looking in a mirror, saying everything I need to hear, and hoping that it helps. I'm just talking to myself. Damn, it's easier said than done. Words spilling out my mouth, I never listen. Afraid to tell anyone I got problems, feels good to admit it. No, I still don't have a clue, though it comes off like I do. You say I'm being modest. If you think that I'm alright, cause I'm the one with the advice, well, if we're being honest, I'm talking to myself, just talking to myself. Even though you're someone else, I'm just talking to myself, and it's like I'm looking in a mirror, saying everything I need to hear, and hoping that it helps. Just talking to myself. I need this too, as much as you do. I need this too, as much as you. I'm talking to myself. I'm just talking to myself, even though you're someone else. I'm just talking to myself, and it's like I'm looking in a mirror, saying everything I need to hear, and hoping that it helps. I'm just talking to myself, hoping that it helps. I'm just talking to myself.
Well, I've got a couple more for you, and this next one is also unreleased, so sneak preview. I wrote this song about my girlfriend and how she loves the beach, and that's literally the main inspiration. And so this song is called Body of Water, and probably is my favorite song I've ever written. So I really hope you like it, because if it's my favorite and you don't, that would be sad. This song's called, yeah. I already said that.
Spent your life between coasts, and you'll die with the ocean close. Your dream, Northern Maine, in a house that's right on the lake. It's more than the beach, only place that you feel at peace. You run to the waves, feel it all wash away. Yeah. You're diving deep in the body of water when everything is too much. Love to be near a body of water. I hope the mind is enough. Just let me calm you like the ocean does. Often say you don't care, rather live in the woods somewhere completely off the grid, 'cause the city's made you feel like an alien. We'll drive, take a day, favorite high, with the waterfall waiting for us at the end. You tell me jump in, you're diving deep in the body of water when everything is too much. Love to be near a body of water. I hope the mind is enough. You're diving deep in the body of water. Ooh. Love to be near a body of water. Ooh. Just let me calm you like the ocean does. You're diving deep in the body of water. Love to be near a body of water. All you need is a body of water.
Thanks. Well, I've got two more for you, And this one is called Nights Like These, and, you know, similar to what Please Don't Get Any Older is about, just feeling like time is moving very quickly and you don't have time to have those really fun nights anymore because everyone's getting older and everyone's getting busier. And yeah, so this song is a reminder to hold on to good times while you have them. And I hope you like it.
Got too busy, just getting older. I hardly see you anymore. Both in the city, you should come over. I'm still at the same place as before. Tell me all about your life. Did you finally see the northern lights? Drunk on $7 wine, so bittersweet. Everything has changed, and we're no longer who we used to be. So take me to the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. We may never feel the same. Tomorrow this will be a memory. So do it for the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. Like these. I've had some good times, bet you got stories. So much has happened through the years. Let's make up for lost time, stay until the morning. We'll still be laughing through our tears. I'll tell you all about my life. I finally grew crazy, drunk on $7 wine, so bittersweet. Cause I know everything has changed, and we're no longer who we used to be. So take me to the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. We may never feel the same. Tomorrow this will be so do it for the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. Ooh, 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 to nights like these. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So tell me all about your life. You finally see the northern lights. We're drunk on $7 wine. Tell you all about my life. I finally grew up crazy right. So baby, it's to you and I. Cause I know everything has changed, and we're no longer who we used to be. So take me to the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. We may never feel the same. Tomorrow this will be a memory. So do it for the glory days, and let's hold on tight to nights like these. Ooh, 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 to nights like these. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I got one more for you. And before I go, I just want to say thank you again to Chapman and the Chapman APSA for having me. This has been so awesome, just getting to sing songs for people again. And I am so grateful. And, you know, hopefully we can do this in person again sometime soon. And yeah, just to be able to connect, even virtually or through the lens of a of a camera and a microphone setup, to connect with other Asian Americans my age or a little bit younger is something that I really hold dear to my heart, and I really hope to be, inspiration for other Asian Americans to go after what they want and pursue what they want. And it's not something I take lightly to be in this position, so I'm so grateful and honored. And this last song kind of speaks on my experience as an Asian American just in life, and feeling like it's a journey that I'm on to really discover what that means. And the song is called I Can Only Write My Name. And thank you again for having me.
Kids would laugh at my mom's accent and the food that she made. Say that stranger is my brother, 'cause we all look the same. I thought I'd be cool if I could laugh too, even at my own expense. I'd be just like all of those guys, all American. I spent my life wishing my eyes were shaped a little differently, and always answered back in English when my family spoke to me. Now I'm ashamed, I can only write my name, I can only write my name, I can only write my name. I'm ashamed, and I'm the only one to blame. I can only write my name, I can only write my name. I lost it all when I was young, so no one would ask me where I'm from. And now I don't speak the language, wouldn't even know how to say that I'm ashamed. Wanna sit down with my grandpa I know nothing about. Smile and nodding instead of talking, only way we know how. So forgive me all the years I was embarrassed. It must hurt to see I couldn't care less. I rejected my own culture like all Americans. Maybe I just never had a hero I could look up to. It's hard to see yourself in Superman when he looks nothing like you. Now I'm ashamed, I can only write my name, I can only write my name, I can only write my name. I'm ashamed, and I'm the only one to blame. I can only write my name, I can only write my name. I lost it all when I was young, so no one would ask me where I'm from. And now I don't speak the language, wouldn't even know how to say that I'm ashamed. That I can only write my name, I can only write my name, I can only say that I understand, when really I can't stop running from who I am and write my own name.
Well, thank you again so much for listening. I really enjoyed that more than you know. And as I said, it's amazing to be able to connect with Asian Americans, young Asian Americans. And so I really appreciate this opportunity. And I've got some questions that you would like me to answer. So I guess let's get into it. What does APIDA mean to you? Honestly, I haven't heard that term much before reading these questions, and so looking it up and realizing that it's inclusion of Southeast Asians and Asia outside of Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, because I think so much of the world unfortunately views just that as Asian. I think it's amazing that we're kind of raising awareness and headed towards a place where people, when they think of Asian, is going to be more than those three. So I think it's amazing. To me, it just shows that we're headed in the right direction and that there's progress being made. So what does being Asian American mean to you? Well, I think, like that song, I Can Only Write My Name highlights, I spent a long time not really knowing what that meant. I grew up with a white father, and so the extent of my Asianness was my mom and, the occasional Chinese New Year celebration and going to China a couple summers, but that was really it. So these last couple years has been like a real journey of me really discovering what that means, and sitting my mom and my grandparents down and asking them about their experiences in China, because my mom fully had a life before she came here. And yeah, and I think Asian American just in general, I feel like I'm in this place of just I guess defying stereotypes and defying how people perceive me. I think people are still getting warmed up to the idea of like Asian Americans really cementing a place in the entertainment industry and in the music industry. And so I'm just hoping that, I can be one of the people that like really gets them. And there are people before me and a lot of Asian Americans right now that are killing it. And I just hope to be a small part of that movement. So yeah, I think Asian American means to me just breaking barriers, I guess, and breaking stereotypes, because we still have a long way to go. How has the APIDA community affected you, and vice versa? It's really given me a sense of community that I didn't have, and it's made me feel like there's a real purpose to what I'm doing, I guess. I really want to be representation for my younger self, the 10-year-old who didn't have any famous actors to look up to, or really very many famous musicians that were killing it here that looked like me, anything like me. So it's given me not only community, but just a reason to keep fighting and a reason to keep going, because I just so badly want to represent and to inspire the community and other members to just go after what they want and be relentless about it. And realize they can accomplish anything they want. And how has your experience in APIDA celebration changed from the last time you performed for Chapman? Honestly, the last time I performed for Chapman, I hadn't written I Can Only Write My Name, and that was kind of the start of me kind of really discovering that side of myself and that part of my identity. I spent a long time not, I would go to these events and people would say you're such an inspiration to me as an Asian American, and it was almost this imposter syndrome, like I don't even know what that really means. Thank you, that's obviously such a high compliment, but I didn't know what it meant. So I think the last time I performed at Chapman, I wasn't really on this path yet. I wasn't really sure what that meant, and I'm still not. I'm still not fully sure. I'm still, working towards that. But yeah, I think I really do celebrate it now, and thankfully the world's kind of caught up to me. And since I performed last, Crazy Rich Asians came out, and Olivia Rodrigo has the #1 song in the country, as a half Filipino girl. And it's little things like that I'm like, oh wow, like this isn't a hindrance anymore. There's still barriers and there's still obstacles, but like the version of myself that would walk into meetings and people told me like, it's never going to happen for you, like you should go to Asia, that doesn't happen anymore. And so I take that as a small victory, and as a result, I'm able to really be, celebrate who I am and not feel like it's getting in the way of my dreams and goals. And yeah, and just on a human level, like I really am proud of it. And yeah, I guess that's it. So I'm trying to think, were there any other questions? Yeah, I really think that we're in a place now where things are changing, and I am so excited to see it, and I will continue to put out music and fight the good fight and hopefully inspire others along the way. And again, thank you so much to Chapman APSA for having me. I yeah, I can't tell you enough how much this means to me. So thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed the set, and I hope to do this in person soon, sooner rather than later. And have a great rest of your day or night. I love you so much. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Will J, for your amazing performance. Leading Man gets me every time. It's one of my favorite songs. And I can always count on to Never Let Me Down. So, yeah, before we keep going, we have more sticker shout-outs. We'd like to shout out Stacy, Cheryl, and Nana. And speaking of Cheryl, we'd like to thank Cheryl, our vice president, for creating these really cool graphics that you see around us.
Yeah, the little...
Yeah,
that's
all
all
the
her.
transitions, that's all her. So thank you so much, Cheryl. Big shout out to you. Now, and again, we want to thank you so much for coming to APIDA Celebration 2021 Reboot. It means a lot.
It does. We do want to leave you with a very important question and something that's kind of enveloped the entirety of this event and part of the reason why we have it in the first place, which is, what does being APIDA mean to you?
Because with such a rich culture and community, there's still so much more to be explored with us and our identity. And so we asked our community what APIDA identity means to them.
And being APIDA to me means learning how to navigate loving myself despite whatever stigma or expectations I receive from either end, whether that means American or Filipino.
APIDA to me means so much. I personally identify as Daisy American, and so I love being able to celebrate this month with my peers, as well as learning more about the larger Asian culture and celebrating the month as a whole with the rest of the Asian community.
To me, being part of the APIDA community means having pride in my identity and culture, and being able to share it with other individuals who are also excited to share their culture as well.
To me, being part of the APIDA community means that I get to be the bridge between two worlds, and I get to love and appreciate that I not only have one, but two or more different cultures to love and enjoy. And we also have really good food.
To me, APIDA is a space for people who represent our culture to be supported by other people who also care and represent our cultures, and a space for all the different diverse groups and individuals who all fall under this large, massive umbrella we call Asian, to come together and just support one another.
To me, being a part of APIDA is like a banquet where each one of us brings our own dish to the table, and we learn and appreciate each other's uniqueness.
To me, being APIDA means being part of something bigger. It means learning about new cultures and trying new things and new foods and bonding with people over shared experiences.
For me, it's all about the lifestyle and the culture. I want to enjoy the things that are inherent in my heritage and share them with other people. And with APSA, I can do that and learn from others as well. And that's very important to me.
To me, being APIDA means being part of a supportive, diverse community and connecting with and meeting lots of amazing people.
To me, APIDA means celebrating a community of people in so many different cultures and educating those who don't know and giving a voice to a community that has been suppressed for so many generations.
To me, being APIDA and being Asian American means being a part of a diverse and amazing community, meeting great people and making new friends, and most importantly, eating delicious food.
To me, being part of the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American community means being part of something larger than myself. It means living my life fully and unapologetically in a way that honors the people who came before and those who will come after me. As the late American author, philosopher, and activist Grace Lee Boggs once said, "You cannot change any society unless you take responsibility for it, unless you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it." Being in the APIDA community means taking responsibility for our collective actions and knowing that we've persevered through so much, and we must continue to fight until we and all our siblings in Black, Indigenous, people of color communities live without fear and thrive.
To me, being a PIDA means sharing the rich culture that defined my childhood.
Being part of the APIDA community for me means acceptance. When I was growing up, I really struggled to embrace the Chinese culture and I was embarrassed to be associated with it. I also went to a predominantly white high school, so it made me even more reluctant. But when I got to Chapman, I saw so many people who were proud to be Asian and accepted their identity and culture, so it made me comfortable and able to do the same.
Being a PIDA to me means being in an amazing and diverse community and supporting each other.
To me, being a part of the APID community means never holding back and always being there for everyone else in the community.
To me, being part of the APIDA community means being part of a multifaceted family where you're not just family because of blood or heritage or culture or friendship even. It's the amalgamation of all of those things and the complexity behind that that makes it so worthwhile. You are constantly learning stuff about the world, but at the same time, you never feel like you're not at home.
I'm someone who identifies as Asian American or fifth generation Japanese American. So APIDA is something that I didn't have a lot of knowledge on prior to working for the Cross Cultural Center, so I'm excited to get to learn more about my culture and community and be able to share it with others.
But I think my favorite thing about just being a leader of APSA is that we can just kind of create this place in this community for anyone really to come and just hang out, chill out, meet some great people, make new friends. I love seeing all the friendships that have bloomed out of our club. So yes, you know, promoting our culture and diversity within our campus, that's all good, but at the end of the day, I just really love the
learning how to navigate loving myself despite whatever stigma or expectations I receive from either end, whether that means American.
Thank you for tuning in to our abridged What Does Being a PIDA Mean to You segment.
Yeah, we are so thankful for everyone that came and tuned in. We've been working 8 months on this, and we just wanted to bring back what everyone missed so much about being a part of APSA and being a PIDA, and that's doing art like this and just showing off really talented people.
Yeah, and I think, we always talk about how things are on pause, and it seems like everything we do between the pandemic starting and now is like the exception to doing nothing, when in reality all of us have been living our lives and making art and creating things and connecting with people, and nothing's really stopped. So I think this event has done a good job of demonstrating how true that has been.
Yeah, and before we leave you guys, since this is our event and we can do whatever we want, we want to give some shout outs to people. Do you want to go first?
Yeah.
Shout out?
Firstly, I got to shout out my creative partner, Benjamin Tanaka, my little brother, who has always inspired me to do events like this and make art and make movies. And thanks for being so cool, Ben. Thanks to APSA for having us on board and having us in general and existing. Thanks to everyone who has been a part of our marketing committee, our PR committee, anyone who's been involved even in just pitching in, saying hello. Thanks to the crew who helped us to run APSA's K-pop performance especially.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot of people who are involved in this event that you don't necessarily see in front of the camera here. So it's really important that we shout them out too.
Yeah. I'd like to thank Chapman VSA and really the bigger U of VSA of SoCal for spreading the word, and pretty much anyone who found our event and wanted to share it with everyone. We could not have gotten this big of an audience without you. And I want to shout out the rest of my APSA board. We have so many very dedicated people who have helped us through this whole process, and we could not have done it without them. They have been our backbone, really, and they've encouraged us and supported us through this whole thing, and I really appreciate them. And speaking of APSA board, we have two very important APSA board members here with us. You may have seen them earlier tonight. They are Allie and Zoe.
Hello. Squat.
Yes.
Shout out to my dad. Shout out to everyone who bought stickers.
Shout out to my dad.
Yes. Stickers. If you bought before the event today, like, thank you for your support. All of the proceeds are going to like APSA, events like this, and just making our club the best place it can be.
Shout out to everyone who performed. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, shout out to my professor who's watching. Thanks, Kristen.
Shout out to all the people who we know from outside of Chapman who have just tuned in to say hello.
Yeah. Shout out to you if you're watching this right now.
Shout out to, I don't know.
Ponchon.
Yeah.
Shout out to SGA and the CCC for helping us fund the event again.
And Shishay for all of your help.
Shishay, yes, Shishay helped us so much. Thank you, Shishay.
Yeah.
We love you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Is that everyone we can think of right now?
I think so.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for attending APIDA celebration. It means a lot to us, and we hope you have a great night.
Bye.
Bye. Are we still live?